Tonight's just Tim and I. We're gonna wing it. It's May 24th. Love y'all. We're gonna play some Scotty Marr to get rocking and rolling. Thanks for coming out tonight. And then we'll be doing a lot of Q drops tonight. I think we're gonna rock the Q drops. We'll see how it goes.
Captain America, let's go.
Yamish, good to see you.
Hi, good. Thanks for taking the question.
Sure.
The president showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show that?
What's not true, Yamish?
It's not true that the video was showing a burial site. It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that that video showed the crosses that represent.
Which is what the president claimed.
The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin. And those crosses are representing their lives. Those crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it. Are you disputing that there's no...
that the video showed what the president claimed it showed, because it did not show that. But even more, what I'm asking you is who at the White House...
No, it did show that. It showed white crosses representing people who have perished because of racial persecution.
Verifies the videos that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out for the world and world leaders to show?
Yamish, what's unsubstantiated about the video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead bodies of people who were racially persecuted by their government. In fact, the Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder." So it is substantiated, not just by that video and the physical evidence that everybody saw on display in the Oval Office, but also by another outlet in this from the Associated Press. So you should take it up with them if you believe the claim is unsubstantiated, and that's a ridiculous line of questioning.
Sinners who has hurt all mankind, just to save his own belief. One love. What about a one heart? What about let's get together and feel alright? As it was in the beginning, one love. So shall it be in the end. One heart. Alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. One more thing. Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. One love. So when the man comes, there will be no doom. One song. Have pity on those whose chances grow thin. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation, saying, one love. What about the one heart? What about the let's get together and feel alright? I'm pleading to mankind. One heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and...
How did you feel sitting there?
I felt that I was sitting across as a president who has a lot of power, has a lot of focus,
All right.
A lot of power. Are you kidding me? Number one. How you doing, brother Kyle?
What's happening? What's happening? So, yeah, well, here we are, coming out again, trying to do every Saturday night. So we have different challenges. Yeah, we didn't know did not plan this. Did not plan this.
We didn't plan it.
Not
Seriously.
one bit. That's so crazy. Because like,
We got to
oh
tell
man,
the story. We
I'll
got to
tap
tell the
TBR.
story. We got to tell the story. So in the background, because we're always late, we're never on time. Just so you guys know that. Oh man, it's crazy. So Kyle shows up. Hey Kyle, how you doing? How's your weekend? I'm looking at his shirt and I'm going, are you kidding me? I'm sitting on Matthew's space right here. You can see all Matthew's art and everything on the wall. I'm on Matthew Q's computer. That's my autistic son, by the way. For those of you who have never met me, I'm Tim 17, by the way. But right here on his chair, right on the back of his chair, was his shirt from school yesterday. He wore this shirt yesterday to school. And I said to Kyle, I said, you're not going to believe this, brother. Got this. But anyway, Tim 17 saying hello and love to everybody. What's your name, brother? Who are you?
Me here. I'm Kyle. Undercover White Hat. So we've been at this a long time there. So yeah, we have to have a lot of fun. What's super crazy about that too, Tim, is like I like being on more shows and stuff. I'm like, I really don't have a lot of clothes. I keep everything simple. I'm like, I need some new wardrobe or something. So I went to the thrift store just the other day and I got the Tiffany blue shirt. And I didn't even know that Right Side Blonde was going to be on. I didn't even know she wrote that amazing poem about the Tiffany blue. I happened to get that blue shirt just before that. This was the other one. And then I got one other one that I guess I'll wear soon. But so I happened to just wear this. I actually wore it the other day, but then I wore it again today, not knowing anything. And then Tim happens to have it too. So I didn't even have the shirt just a couple days ago too, which makes it even more crazy and fun. I love that stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, you were live at Qschqql. What is our title showing? Qschqql by any chance? I don't know. We're still trying to get used to all our stuff here. This new restream gizmo we got. I want to thank Melzy. I think just popped in.
Hey Mel, I brought you back on. I don't know if you were trying to talk to us. How you doing there, girl? I don't know. I thought she was busy on her property trying to come in. Hey, how you doing,
Melzy? How are you, sister?
I'm doing good. I don't think you guys can see me real well because
we are. I saw the headlight. That was cool.
Yeah. There's not a lot of light. Yeah, there's not a lot of light.
We can see you. We can see you, sister. And there's Jen and Michael right on. I was just about to say we're going to have some special guests in here tonight. Every Saturday night, 17 and Undercover White Hat Kyle. And then Melzy's always jumping in with us, helping us out because this is her restream platform. And I want to thank Melzy from the bottom of our hearts for allowing us to use this restream. So it allows us to get the word out and have fun on a Saturday night, every Saturday night. So once a week, we used to do this 7 days a week. We're down to one. Qschqql. Whether you heard us or not, you're about to learn more about some Q drops, Q information, how it relates to the breaking news and the live events around the world. But yeah, we're week to week, we're going to invite special guests to come in and share their experiences, their knowledge and stories and whatever. We just want this to be a fun evening for all. We're beaming out apparently, Kyle, to all through Telegram channels, various Telegram channels are beaming us out. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, I think we're on X, and we're on YouTube, right, Kyle? Did I miss anything? And Rumble.
Rumble, yeah, Rumble also.
This is, we're beaming through Rumble, which is Melzy's channel, Hammer Time. So exciting times, everybody. Happy Saturday. I want to wish my son, Matthew Q, who I just tucked into bed behind me, this wall right behind me is his bedroom. We wish you love, and a happy and safe Memorial Day weekend for all our American brothers and sisters out there. Of course, we've been fighting locked arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder, all through this battle for 4+ years now. And it's been a wild journey, a wild ride. We've talked about it before, and we're going to continue talking about it, especially because we know there's a lot of new eyes and ears coming into this movement, the Great Awakening, and specifically the Q information, hashtag QAnon, booga, right? Which the mainstream media likes to. And we're going to talk about that tonight, Kyle. You're gonna some of these Q drops I pulled out. But anyway, that's kind of my intro. Right below me here on the screen, if you guys can see, we've got Jen, beautiful Jen, and Michael right there. Thanks for joining us. Just so you know, Michael was the one, if you remember, about a year and a half, maybe a year and a half, I'm not sure, about a year, a little over a year ago. About a year, eh, Michael?
Yeah, about a year.
Trump was before the election. He's bebopping everywhere, and he had this one smaller event. He was speaking at whatever small event. Michael will explain it. But anyway, he's famous for the guy shouting out, "Where we go, on we go!" And the video went viral. That's him right there. That's Brother Michael right there. So thanks for everything that you've done in this movement, Michael. And we'll talk about the book you wrote and everything tonight too. But we definitely want to hear Jen's story. Hopefully you can bear with us for a little while because even though we're not quite organized, we always fly by the seat of our pants. I did pull out some specific cue drops this week for tonight's show, and Kyle loves it. He'll speak of this, but it's like Christmas morning. Every time we get together on Qschqql, he doesn't know what cue drops Tim 17 pulls out, and then he just goes crazy with them, right? But there's a few cue drops tonight that you're going to see, and this is by no coinkydink. You're going to hear Jen's story tonight, and the cue drops that I had pulled out for this show, and I did this afternoon, are going to relate to her story tonight. So I'm getting chills already just thinking about it. We get all these interesting connections happening every time we get together on Qschqql. But anyway, love from Tim 17, Matthew Q behind me, and everybody up here in Canada. We love all our American brothers and sisters and our patriots all around the world, and we're glad you joined us on Qschqql. I hope you enjoy our Saturday night special. Back to you, Kyle. You're muted.
Mike,
Lips are flapping and nothing's coming out, boy.
I'm blue mic'd. I'm blue mic'd here. Thanks, guys. Good eye there, Tim, by the way. So, Michael, we've done a few shows, I think, already, but I actually didn't know that. It's so funny how, like, I'm disconnected from certain information, and then when it comes around and stuff, too. So, what rally actually was that then, Michael?
That was Laconia, New Hampshire. That was actually closer to 18 months ago. I think it was January 22nd, 2024. And I saw it on a video the next day, January 23rd. And one of the January 23rd drops had "Where We Go, When We Go" all in it.
Oh, man.
So I thought that was pretty cool.
How cool. Thank you for sharing that. So that's even like Tim and I got to bring it up. I got to be prepared next time. But our February 23rd date at Qschqql is like, there's literally a drop. And I think even somehow connected to a Trump tweet also, but it says like digging in the right places, phase 2. We like called it all these things and it wound up being on the same exact day. So it's crazy how you get connected to the information like this, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So pretty cool you that had that shout out. I remember that very distinctly in my ear, but I had no idea that was you. And then I love the full circle. That's super awesome. So Tim, what do you want me to play that truth bomb video right now then, or you got anything else to add, or what are we doing?
Well, no, let's say hi to Melzy and see how she's doing. And then I'm going to dig up that video for you, Michael, and we're going to play it too. I'm digging right now. Like, that's what we love doing. We're digital soldiers, Anon's here, and we dig live. We would love participation. Maybe we'll bring Melzy on and then read a couple of, I see there's some chats already, people in the audience. Let's say hi to everybody on all the platforms. And we're just kind of getting warmed up here. We're always here for 2 to 3, maybe 4 hours sometimes. One of these days, we're going to do a 17-hour Qschqql. You watch, it's coming.
I'd like to do that in an anathon.
And you know what? We can, because we can rotate and take shifts. I mean, if somebody has to,
I know.
If we plan it, I think it'd be super fun to have like a little gathering even too, where maybe some of us meet in the same place and do it. And we're going to for sure do that.
Yeah. So let's, Melzy, what's new with you? How was your week, sister?
It was good. I just want to say hi to Jen. Hey, Jen. Hi. It's good to see you. And hi, Mike.
Hey, Melzy.
Hey, Tim, and hey, Kyle. Good to see you guys. And hey, everybody out there.
Love you, girl.
Yeah,
good to see you.
I love you too. I'm down on my property, and we're building a shed. And oh my gosh, it's just I didn't know. Like, you think it's so easy to do, but there's a lot of steps to it, and yet it's coming along. We got the roof done tonight, and then he sealed it like with this tar, and so he's wrapping around the stuff you put before you put the stucco on it and the chicken wire. So It's exciting. It's like a dream come true, and it's a little thing, but like to get out of we ate in there tonight. It was our first meal that we've had in my little shed, and we had lasagna and garlic bread, and the dogs had a place to get out of the heat in the day, so that's a blessing. Yeah,
Awesome. How
yeah.
cool. So is that what they making that out of aircrete also, or is that something else?
No, we're doing this just it's a stick built. So we did poured earth on the foundation, and then just lumber, and we'll do stucco on the outside, and I don't know how we'll insulate it. So just traditional build.
Cool. How fun.
It is.
All right. So, anyways, yeah. Thanks, guys. We got people out there in Rumble. We can see the Rumble chat come in. At least on my restream, I can't see. Yeah, I'll be able to see Melzy's YouTube's also, but I won't see comments on my X. I don't think Instagram. I have to hop over there. Thanks for hanging out. If you do come in, guys, follow the links for the better. If I kind of recommend everyone go to our Rumble channel. It's Hammer Time Rapid Fire Q News. Okay, we've shared that link a few times. Hammer Time Rapid Fire Q News. So it should be pretty easy to find on Rumble. When you Hammer Time, if it doesn't pop up after Hammer Time, start typing in rapid. I can't talk today. We're in the portal. The
Rapid
non-nerds.
fire.
Rapid fire
You know,
and Q News.
rapid
You should be
fire
in there.
rapid fire is in the Q drops.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Now I want
Mhm.
to look that one up.
Yeah, I know.
Where did my
So
Q go?
I think that, and that makes me, because when we had Hammer Time, we just kind of wanted to go through, we would do daily Q news, and in the morning time, we would get together, and Age and I and Jilski and, others, Momo and Ken, and we would just hang out and dig like Anons do. And we would start to like put our stuff together and go, wow, some of this stuff's really good. So that's how Hammer Time came around. But we wanted it to be like something that would be like rapid fire. But it's like when you dig into something, sometimes it's not rapid.
Tim, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Like, oh, where's it? Where's the one where it does our faces too? Will this have it? No, we want this one. No, this one.
There you
Okay,
go.
Tim, check this out. First time I even thought about this or knew of this about the rapid fire. Look at the date, Tim. It's May 22nd. So Tim picked out several different deltas for us today from even the last few
Oh
days,
my
and these got to
gosh.
be super close to this. And rapid fire Q news. And then I was literally going to make a post about the flood coming because I posted recently about the calm before the storm again. So we're getting super close to something. Rapid fire flood is coming. Future proofs past CNN, and then right across here is about FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, who's number two only to James Comey. And literally right here, subject line, flood is coming. So that's super just, it just amazes me how this happens when we do this kind of stuff. Or look at this too. Rapid fire equals a movie by that name involving a corrupt FBI. Flood is coming equals FBI Director Andrew McCabe. Send an email with the subject, literally subject line, flood is coming, indicating CNN is going to run a sensitive story. CNN in the kill box equals CNN is targeted, but then so is McCabe for classified information to them. And it's happening. It's definitely happening. So if you haven't been paying attention out there, this is what's going on. How about that, Tim? Just had that on a Delta. Oh, we lose Tim. Where'd he go? Oh, dang, he missed that. He got popped out or something. So,
Let me show it to him again. I'm just going to show, I think this is it, right?
oh yeah, thank you. Good job.
Yeah.
So that's our Rumble channel. If anybody's seeing this elsewhere, please go follow there, make a comment, help boost up that Rumble channel. When we've done tons of these shows way back in the day, only on Telegram, so most people don't know about. So we want to start getting it out to
Mhm.
bigger audience, Rumble, and then Melzy and all of us. We're having different interviews or guests about awesome content, great stuff. We did a 420 show just a while back about all the benefits of the THC and CBD and hemp oil, making cars out of it, or biodegradable plastic, or even making them. Henry Ford made his first vehicle out of hemp out of him, and he could even
Yeah.
like hit it with a hammer and it wouldn't dent. It's like we could do so many amazing things, but we had a great show. That's just one example. Melzy, again, maybe you talk again about the election episodes you guys have done. I try to even keep up. We're just covering so much information. We have so many great people here, so please
Something
go support the Rumble
Exchequer
Fund.
of the Vatican.
All
We've
right.
done the Art Covenant Technology, Hoover Dam. You and I did that Scale of Consciousness. Quantum physics. We did quantum mechanics. We did one really good shows. Like we've done some really, really amazing work together. I think that we should actually start restreaming them, Kyle. So like
Okay,
maybe
yeah.
that's something. So like, there's good stuff, and like your show is like the Qschqql. I mean, 2 years. There's deltas that we could go through daily, and I think just that
Right.
people
Right.
learn from that. I've learned so much from you and Tim and all the other Anons that would show up and dig together. So I'm so excited to have Qschqql back. And I
Yes.
really am, because it was a tribe that came together to dig. And
Absolutely.
so many beautiful people came in and out of the channel and Telegram. And maybe we have a link to the Telegram channel on Qschqql right here. I think this is the chat. So there's Qschqql, which is the main channel, and I think that's where you can go watch it live right now. So if you just do Qschqql without the chat behind it on that link there, you'll go to the direct channel and Telegram. We got the wrong date on it. Yeah.
Okay, that is 24th, but yeah, and then just Qschqql. We also have Qschqql Archive. It's again instead of O's, it's Q's, so that's a little confusing. But we do it, we'll do it regularly, and I love it too. Tim hopefully pops back in here. For a long time, he started putting Q's where O's are, especially when we were still when we used to do Qschools. Both him and I were working full time or multiple jobs, or trying to, and we was full time everything, right? And so he was putting Q's on O's, and people at work would be like, "What? Why are you doing that?" And it's just another opportunity, like open up the conversation about this thing that's difficult to maybe address, but it like opens the window, the door. And I don't even know if we talked much about this. It was super funny. The last job I was working after I had to leave Alaska, personal situation, house situation, that I was working in like a warehouse, and it was for like shipping labels, and for whatever reason, there was no V in the thing. It would be like we would normally do a letter V or something. Like, no, it looks too much like this. Let's make it a Q. So we started putting Q's on like hundreds and thousands of boxes every day, and then I would even put a plus on some of them on there. So it was super funny. Like people just get a random box that maybe has a Q plus on there or something. Like I wonder if there's anybody Anons have ever got one of those. So it's fun to do stuff
I
like that.
wanted to put Q on all the sidewalks. I thought
Oh,
people
yeah,
start looking it up, and I
yeah.
just, yep, I did. And then I thought, I don't know, maybe not. I'll think about the campaign first.
That kind of reminds me. I actually had the cards when we were way back originally. It had like it was just a black like business card with a Q on it, and then it had our links on the back. Kind of cool. We could do that again. That'd be
Cool.
fun.
Yeah. So Jen, how are you doing? And Mike.
Hey.
I'm doing
Yeah,
well.
just now you step aside, Mike. You're good. You're good.
Trying to figure out technology over here.
Yeah, we're watching this on my iPad, and
Oh, cool.
because we're only seeing our own screen on my phone, so I got the iPad out because Jen wanted to see what was going on.
Right on.
Oh yeah.
But I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I have a road of recovery ahead of me, but I'm in good spirits, and physically I'm doing pretty good.
Melzy, did you hear the story? I don't know that you heard the story.
No.
Yeah. So Jen, we almost lost Jen last week. I'll go ahead and let her share the story. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, first and foremost, I just want to preface with, I'm so grateful and thankful to everybody who's been in the movement, who has been using their voice to spread information, the truth. And I am very thankful for Michael because he did save my life last week. So I am a registered nurse. In 2020, I did receive the vaccine so that I could continue working as a nurse. I will say that during that time, for personal reasons, I had actually stepped away from nursing and I was not actively working, but um, I received the vaccine because I was not exposed to the truth about the vaccines. I do believe in divine timing and in God's plan, so I felt maybe it was meant to be that way. Um, so anyway, on May 13th, I suffered a heart attack, a
Oh,
type
sure.
2 and STEMI. Um, and I also went into septic shock and developed a ischemic colitis. Um,
Don't know
to
what that is.
So ischemic colitis, it's when the digestive system is no longer receiving blood flow because the heart is shutting down. It's part of the process of when you have a heart attack and your body is trying to pump blood to all vital organs, and then eventually it slows down. So Michael essentially was seeing me die in front of him. So I would like to kind of share what happened to me so I can spread information about how important it is what you guys have been doing for so many years and how important it is to continue fighting, because this is happening to in real time in our personal lives. So I was at work. I'm a private duty nurse, and I was caring for a patient when I developed abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, which led to me feeling very cold. Um, I had been experiencing what I would say chronic symptoms for a while, so it did not alert me to, example, call 911, but I did leave work early because I was ill. I came home and I went in the shower to warm up, and by the grace of God, Michael woke up, and he urged me to go to the emergency room. When I arrived to the emergency room, they did their initial assessment and ran the tests. My troponin level was 251. That is a cardiac marker to show cardiac injury, injury to the tissue. I think the cutoff is 0.2. I'm not quite sure. Another test, which is called lactic acid, was 13. My my body was shutting down, and the doctors did not know what was causing this. So I was in the ICU for about 3 days, and then I was transferred to a medical floor. And the importance of why I'm bringing this up is because the doctors, Michael and I, felt kept bringing up the fact that I was a nurse, and they asked if I was planning on having children. And it wasn't really making sense why they weren't very vocal or communicating with me about what was happening, what caused this. But they kept pointing out what my profession was. So also, they were in shock at how I recovered, how quickly I responded to the treatments, the medical interventions, which really essentially was just IV fluids. I did get some, I also got some IV antibiotics. I can say I've never worked in the ER, but my healthcare background, I can say with confidence, someone in my condition, typically they would give a lot more medications. And I responded very well. I'd say within 2 hours,
Yeah.
within 2.5 hours of having 3 fatal conditions combined, I was responding to IV fluids. Now, during my follow-up appointment, my nurse practitioner asked me if I had received the COVID shot and when did I receive it and how many doses. I can't go into what we discussed during the appointment, but I will say it was the first time a practitioner had openly talked to me about
That was going to be my question. Why would they ask that question specifically? Oh yeah, wow.
So there's that, and also we just watched something about the correlation between pregnancy and the vaccine, and hence that's why the doctors were asking if I was planning on having children. So yeah, so it left me in a condition where I have, it's called acute stress cardiomyopathy, which is luckily it's a type of heart failure that can be reversed. So by the grace of God, I am walking away from, they told me within 1 hour, I probably would not have survived. So yeah. So,
And you were taking ivermectin and nicotine, and that's what we think saved her, because I think with this wave, I think that they've seen more cardiac patients who probably died, and then here comes Jen, which she should be dead, but she's alive. So we believe that there's a correlation among the ivermectin and nicotine gum that most likely saved her life.
and helped me respond to the treatment the way I did.
What about, Jen, what about hydroxychloroquine? Was there any discussion of that, or have you tried any of that?
No.
No, it's anyway, because I know, Kyle, we're going to be talking about that specific.
Well,
I have
well,
some.
I have hydroxychloroquine on me, and I know, and I wrote it in my book, that the Department of Defense always issued that to soldiers, contractors, and government workers who deployed over to Southwest Asia and to Africa to help fight malaria. So the whole argument about the hydroxychloroquine and how it damages your heart is totally false.
Yeah, again, all by design, right? To scare people away from the actual thing that would help them versus harm them. Like, that's why everything that we go through on, like, especially all the years of Qschqql and read the Q drops, everything is reversed. You have to think mirror. I've always said, like, if the mainstream media, or for the most part the government's telling you to do this, go the other way, do that, right? If the mainstream media is attacking Michael, for example, saying all kinds of horrific things about Michael, that means he's a patriot. That means he's a good guy. And on the reverse, right? If they're praising somebody or protecting or defending somebody in this world, that is a scumbag. And it's all by design, folks. And that's the simplest way I could put it. And then we're going to get into some Q drops tonight that will, they'll specifically talk about that and help your thinking process to so you start thinking logically, not like you used to before. You have to really, in order to get through this information warfare that we're in, and unfortunately, Jen, you experienced it firsthand, and there's so many people, and we're gonna play some videos tonight, and we're gonna actually show you some Q drops tonight that relate. It's almost like the Q team knew about what you were going to go through or what you've gone through, because so many people, we've heard it from family, friends, co-workers all around the world, what they're and still today experiencing, which is just most recently for you. And we're so glad that you pulled through this, and you're here to talk to us today. And oh man, God works in mysterious ways, sister. And I think you're going to become one of our biggest voices in this movement because of it.
Right. Kyle, I discovered something. A friend of mine, Jolene, who I work with, a friend of hers went to this treatment that she received. It's called the EBU, and I put it into a bright idea in Qschqql. If it's the last one there, I think that we played it in a different show. But if you could, Jen, I think something like this is something that could help, like, you and a lot of people. So there is hope, like, whether it's, you're not left alone, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And we love you, your dear soul, and you're precious to us. So
thank you. And
well,
again, I want to say thank you to Mike. He truly saved my life, because I really was going to just crawl into bed and go to sleep.
Mm.
So a big thanks to him, and again to all of you for being our backbone, because there is going to be a new wave of people like me. I've already met some cops.
Yeah.
Who, it's a group who got the shot, who didn't know. We just didn't know. I mean, I've loved Trump since the beginning. My family loves Trump. It would be suicide to know what was in the vaccine and get it. So if our personal stories can back up what you guys have been saying for years and were censored, I think if we just join together and really build a whole new platform to continue what you guys started. So really thank you to you all, and to you, Mike.
Thank you. Tim, check your Telegram.
What, like a direct message?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got devices all in front. Like, you can't see it, but they're all right here. I got my clipper. Kyle, you know what? Jan, Michael, are you going to hang with us for a while? Are you okay to stay up for a while? It's a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we'll hang with you.
Good. The reason I'm saying that is because we're not 117% organized here at Qschqql, if you haven't figured that out yet. We fly by the seat of our pants. We have a lot of Q drops to go through tonight. We've got 3 or 4 videos that we're going to take little clips out of, and now that we've talked to Jen, met Jen, and listened and learned about her story and what she's gone through, and I guarantee you, there's tens of thousands of people out there that, if they're not, well, there's not tens of thousands of people live with us right now, but eventually they're going to see this video that have either heard about this, gone through this, or know somebody that's gone through exactly what she's experienced. So this is really important because we've been talking about this particular subject all the way back since late 2020, 2021 through 2020, like 4 years. Let's just say 5 years now, almost 5 years. They count 4.5 years. Don't take those shots. Stay away from those freaking shots, this and that, right? And all the emotions that you go through and all the battles that you go through, especially with the ones that are closest to you, right? Your family, your friend, I mean, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, mother, moms and dads. Everybody's fighting. And there's going to be some Q drops tonight. They always wanted us divided. This is the best way to divide people. 50% believe it, 50% don't believe it, and it's like you just pull your hair out. That's why I got a haircut. I pulled all my hair out. But Kyle, if you don't mind, this is probably a good time to okay. Let's pull a Q drop up and let's play that quick video, that video clip there.
Hold it, Mel. Did you want me to show the Evo thing real quick?
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's
Mel,
up to Tim. Tim, it'll tie in with it's a new procedure, and the Maha. He's working with Maha, and he may be going to Mar-a-Lago. So this isn't something that I will give you hope a little bit, and it's out there. A girlfriend of mine went to it and had this done. So
okay, it's on the Instagram here. We shared this. I think last week, so we'll show it just a little bit there.
Okay, we share it here.
What's that?
Do we play it here?
Yeah, we did last. It's okay though, because let me show this channel.
I have a different video we could play than him, like one of the patients.
But here's the Instagram Super Stem Cell PhD, and then it's this Ebo O2O3 oxygen treatment. Okay, Dr. Yu Ebo.
10-minute part time, we're gonna jump right in. So
change, right? It's like an oil change, but for your blood, right? Is this the one? This is like an oil change for your car.
Yeah, exactly right. Now we lost Melzy. I don't know where she went. So
yeah, she's been hopping in and out. Same with me. Matthew's computer blew up in my face here. I had to redo everything again. It's heating up. I don't know why it's heating up now. There's something going on here. It's getting hot in Qschqql, brother.
All right, so let's go to some of the drops then, and then which video did you want to start with again?
Okay, well, let's go to Q drop. It's actually the first 3 I gave you tonight. Let's go to 4290. 4290. Let's read that one. That's why I asked Michael about HCQ. Bring that one up on the screen. And then the video we're going to watch is down the last video I shared on our, if you want to dig it up on Telegram and our personal messages.
So 4290.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, let's get into this subject a little bit. We're going to bounce in and out of these subjects, by the way, everybody, because that's how we operate. We just what's Trump do? The weed? Is it the weed? We call it the weed. Yeah, we're just going to weed it.
Just
yeah, go ahead, Kyle. Read it out and let's discuss this a little bit, and then we'll go to that video.
All right, and then I see Mel got back in, so I'll check back with you here in just a second, Mel. But let me keep going here. So this is from May 19th, 2020. And just for as an anon in the movement as well too, we knew even by March we were aware of the hydroxychloroquine with the zinc, and then like antiviral, the erythromycin. I can't say these words. Erythromycin or something was one of them, but there's another one anyway. And then, yeah, thank you. Say that one more time for everybody.
Azithromycin.
Yeah, and then either way, it was like an antiviral type thing in addition with the zinc and the hydroxychloroquine. So we knew about that even in March. And then I'm not sure when Trump first mentioned it. It'd probably be right after, again, when all these hit pieces come up. So we'd see that in the Q drops here. But interesting that they sometimes Q can reply to themselves. Other times they'll take a screen capture of a previous post. That's something they're doing here. So Q post 4171. So it's 119 posts prior. So 119 mirrored is 9/11. We just had that 9/11 proof last week with James Comey. That's interesting. 119 in symbol gematria is Sessions is 119. The Commander is 119. So those are just some things popped in my mind. And then May 9th, 59 or 95, depending on where you're from. So on May 9th here, origin country of COVID-19, China. Origin city of COVID-19 was Wuhan. How long was Wuhan on lockdown for? Only 76 days. How long was the remainder of China on lockdown for? All of China, the origin country where the virus was 16 days. 16 days right here, January 24th to February 9th. And imagine how we were in the United States and this thing just dragged on forever. And I mean, all around the world, all this nonsense, right? There's an article there about basically containing the coronavirus by February 9th. And what you'll find out too is even other places, and maybe this article goes into it, we'll come into some other Q drops, but other places like I want to say like Puerto Rico or one of those was like they got the information that China was treating it with coronavirus. So then they started doing it, right? So how the rest of the Q post, how long has the U.S. been on lockdown? Forever. Like when did it actually even ever end? No spread of COVID-19 outside of Wuhan. How is it possible the source country of the virus, minus Wuhan, which still only went 76 days, that's like 2.5 months, was on lockdown for only 16 days outside of Wuhan, right? How long has the U.S. been on lockdown? This is May 9th, 2020. So at least several months already. 2 months, I guess, at that point. And then how is it possible the source country, I just had that 16 days. How long has the U.S. been on lockdown? Forecasted lockdown for California, New York, Oregon, and Michigan. And I mean, they literally said, already knew it's going to go until at least November 3rd or whatever. And that was literally the date of the election. So it was kind of ridiculous. They even like listed that date.
That's going to be the theme part of the theme tonight is why did they do this, right? So just to make sense for, I know there's a lot of people on here. Sorry, Kyle, to cut you off. By the way, but I know there's a lot of Anons digital soldiers that are watching us, but there's also a lot of new people that are being invited into these shows, and we'll watch this recording in the future. So that's why when we're speaking about this stuff, we're always keeping you in mind, like anybody new to this, because when you learn this kind of information for the first time, it's going to be shocking. It's going to hurt. You're going to feel like somebody punched you in the stomach or whatever. Like you're going to feel pain.
Or lied to your face.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, and it's coming because nothing can stop what is coming is what I want to say, because when this information is so powerful, and that's why we're so excited to share it all the time. And we have been for 4.5 years. Unfortunately, we're only once a week now, but we were 7 days a week. But yeah, Kyle, there's a reason behind all of this. And this is what our evil enemy that we're up against and continue to have been up against, and what we continue to be up against has had planned for us for a long, long time. Back to you, brother.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll keep going with the drop here, and then like he says, it means it's a lot to take in sometimes, but we're here to support each other. And then so, anyways, the rest of the post here mentioning those states reconcile logical thinking. Q says that a lot too. Logical thinking always wins when you just connect the dots. It really that's what Costa Rica. I said Puerto Rico. So here it is right here. I'll even go to the article. And this is stuff that Q would also do. And ultimately, Anons would find this stuff, and Q reshared basically Anons works a lot of times, but they also would do things like this. So right here, I don't know why this image is so big. Hydroxychloroquine.
Did you see scroll up for a sec? Did you see the big red Q up to the top?
Oh wow!
I just noticed that.
I saw that and it didn't register at first. And then look at the search. Even has a Q. Look at that. Wow. Credible and independent since 2012. That's when Snowden came along too, so that's interesting.
Like what 2012 and Q. Oh, come on, man. No, we're not getting into Snowden tonight. We might do that midsummer. I think midsummer we're gonna have some fun Snowden talks because I really believe he's coming back into the news. I think
for sure.
Probably midsummer, you guys. Back to you.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why this image is so big, cutting off the title, but it's hydroxychloroquine, the drug Costa Rica uses successfully to fight COVID-19. So back to the Q post here, and let me share this right. Close that one up. And this is right from the article. If we read through there, and this is exactly what I was referencing. I said Puerto Rico, but it was Costa Rica. Hydroxychloroquine was used in Shanghai, China, as the first line of treatment. That's what Costa Rica is saying in this article, that they discovered that we should use hydroxychloroquine. And then, so again, this is from May, that article. Let me check the date one more time, or I closed that tab already, but I'm pretty sure it's obviously May because this Q post is May 19th, right? Yeah, May 19th, 2020. The rest is USA lockdown. Again, Q referencing it. They reference their previous post, which was about 2-3 weeks prior. USA lockdown versus China lockdown, non-Wuhan days. Okay, mainstream media. D's, I always say D's is really deep state. It's on both sides, but there's obviously one side in particular that was infiltrated and done a certain way to bring down America. Vested interest in censoring and attacking anything regarding hydroxychloroquine. Why? And that's what even what's her name? That doctor that came on. Man, I'm spacing names so bad. Like you see, maybe it's because we haven't talked about these things.
What's her name? Mikovich?
No, the black lady that came on the Capitol Hill steps and was like, "This is a cure for COVID," and it got like 20 million views on YouTube and then shut down.
The Jamaica lady.
Yeah, it's like on my tip. It'll come back to me. But anyways, censorship of that, because she was mentioning, and I've heard this elsewhere, is like hydroxychloroquine has a really long half-life, which means it works in your body for a while. And then it's also relatively like minor side effects. I mean, it's been used like 40 years. Maybe I think 80 years had been used, but 40 years FDA approved. Of course, the main treatment was malaria, but like any other drug, it can be used off-label for other different things. It's totally common practice. But they banned that from happening in the United States. They like really were putting pressures on doctors not to use that. And there was the big old scuttlebutt against that, because what the lady that was treating COVID patients was even saying is with the half-life, you could basically take one pill a week and you'd be protected. And someone made the claim that basically the news media people knew this and were actually doing it themselves, taking one a week or once or twice a week to be basically almost prevented from getting the COVID, because we've seen the study from 2005 says it's a strong antiviral effects, either taken before or after. It means it's man, what's all the words? When you take something prior to the use, man, I can't believe I'm missing all these words right now, but it was treatment for before or after. So it was exactly what you would want and need. And then she says, taking it once a week, that ends all the fear, that ends the pandemic, that ends the lockdowns, that ends the masks, that ends which also then would prevent the mail-in balloting, right? Is what really the whole thing is about. And obviously crashing the economy, sheltering Biden, all those et cetera things that Q also talks about, right?
Exactly. Yeah, like that's why I love when you after you read the Q drops, you explain it really well for everybody in kind of simple terms, like painting a larger picture of why this was planned this way. Like this isn't something that just happened. Like, oh, there's a virus. Oh my God, in the world, everybody's going to die. This was planned, folks. I mean, it was man-made, and there was a reason behind it. And the deeper you get into this message and into this information, the more horrific the story goes, and like these people that we're up against are just pure evil. I mean, there's no ifs, buts, or what about it. I mean, this is good versus evil. We're the good guys, they're the bad guys. and evil guys, and that's why we're here. So I think there's Kyle. There's two more Q drops, but let's go back to Jen and Mike. Michael, I got your message. I sent it to Kyle. Kyle, check your Telegram DM. I've got Michael's video, so whenever we're ready to throw that one up, anytime tonight would be cool, where he yells it out there, and then that made him quite famous. But Jen, so the HCQ thing, have you, like being a nurse, I know Matthew.
And Tim, the word real quick, the word I was looking for was prophylactic. Chloroquine is a potent inhibitor of SARS coronavirus infection and spread. That's right from that 2005 study. And in particular, it's called a prophylactic, is when you can take something prior to even getting sick and it'll protect you. Actually, here's the rest of it right here. We report that chloroquine has strong antiviral effects on SARS coronavirus in primate cells. These were done in cell cultures in 2005. These inhibitory effects are observed when the cells are treated with the drug either before or after exposure to the virus, suggesting both prophylactic and therapeutic advantage. And that's even Trump did call that a vaccine, because that is what a vaccine is it gives you prophylactic and a therapeutic treatment, right? So it really accomplishes all of that. And it was ridiculed and attacked, and even fake studies put out saying that there was more deaths, and they tried to tie that to Trump as well too. So I just wanted to add that little tidbit. Go ahead, keep
Good.
going.
And there is a lot more Q drops. We're not going to go over them tonight. I think we went over one or two of those. I mean, in week one, this is our third week doing this on Saturday nights. But there's plenty of Q drops about the CV9. I'm gonna say Rona here because we're on YouTube. I don't want to get us kicked off YouTube. But there's a lot of Q drops, a lot of Q information. We're just tonight going to speak of the HCQ stuff and why they did the number, like jiggled the numbers and stuff on us. But Jen, so I mean, you and your fellow nurses, I mean, you were obviously as stunned when that nurse or that doctor asked you the question that they asked you. And I was right away, like when we were talking before the show on Sean's channel on Super Toothers and Spy Balloon, the gang over there. It's like right away I had to jump in and say, like, they asked you that? Like, because do you remember the time, you guys, when we were saying at work, like I go to the guys, like, did you get the shot? Oh, it's none of your business. Like they would like explode at you, man. It was one of those, Michael? Like you couldn't ask anybody if they got the fucking shot. They would rip your face off. And all of a sudden it was Jen in the hospital and they're asking. So has anybody talked about HCQ other than ivermectin, HCQ, and all the other stuff at the hospital lately?
No. Do you mean like my professional experience or when I was in the hospital this 2 weeks ago?
Either or. I mean, I don't know how long have you been a nurse, by the way?
So I graduated in 2008. I got my BSN. So I've been a nurse since early 2009. I did work in the hospitals for many years. I did work in management for a while. I was a director of nursing. And then I had to step away from that position for ethical reasons, and moral reasons. It was really my dream job, and I stepped away. Currently, I am doing private duty nursing, so I am not in the hospital setting. I provide one-on-one total care.
That's the key word, private, because like the hospitals, we were talking about infiltration, right? Infiltration's everywhere. And the hospitals, of course, is the old quote unquote Rockefeller system. Education right through to all the biggest, most beautiful buildings for hospitals. It's all controlled by the globalists, and you know, it's scary. It's scary to see what. And the reason I'm bringing this up too is because you and I have a bit of a connection, because Matthew Q's mother is a nurse. Since we were married back in the early 2000s and divorced since, but we're still best of friends. And but long story short, she ended up, and I was begging her, I was bawling. She would come, like I take care of Matthew full time, and she comes over like maybe a couple times a week or whatever, you know, when she has time and that stuff. So I've been the full time daddy. And back then when this was happening, I said, don't you dare take those shots. She says, well, I have to, or I lose my job. I said, no, you can fight this. We'll figure it out. She gets the shots, and about 3 months later, she has a stroke. And we almost lost her. So like I was almost in tears when I was listening to your story, and when Michael, you and Michael were talking earlier, and it was like it hits you right here, and I just think of how many other tens of thousands or maybe even hundreds of thousands of people around the world are going through the same thing that we're talking about right here, right now, and they did this to us on purpose, guys. This wasn't to save us from some stupid bug, virus, whatever. This was to. Okay, let me put this in simple terms. They did this, the globalists. When I say they, that's the evil entity that we're up against. And it's a big, powerful one. Richest in the world, most powerful in the world, right? They're all connected. And they're sick. These people are sick and evil. They needed to take out Donald Trump in order to take over the United States of America, in order to take full control of the entire world. Okay, because if the U.S. fell, the entire world falls to them. The U.S. was our last standing hope, the shining light on the hill, as has been documented and said so many times before. This is what we lived through. So not only did they try to take the United States of America over, politically speaking, or powerful, money, whatever, hungry, they tried to kill us. They're trying to kill the patriotic people in this world, one by one, slow death too. The more painful and the slower the death, the happier they are. That's how sick these people are. So just keep that in mind while we're talking about all this today. So Jen, knowing what you know now versus what you didn't know then, how do you feel going forward in this movement?
I feel very inspired and passionate, and I feel like, something brought Mike and I together, because I feel empowered to speak the truth, right? And I don't have much of a platform. I'm feeling so empowered, and I feel grateful. And I also feel conflicted because, I became a nurse to help people, to help others. And that's why work is so important to me, because I love what I do. So it's been conflicting to realize, and it angered me for a long time. It still does. I have to learn to turn that anger into passion, right?
I'm so glad you said that, Jen. Keep going, because that's what we all went through. Like, that's what everybody that goes through this changeover from learning that you've been lied to becoming a truth teller, and like inside it just tears your guts out for a while. It does. It feels like somebody punches you, but yeah, carry on, sister.
Right, sure. So I feel very inspired to be a part of it in any way that I can. I want to still help and heal others. And if it's, I'm not sure what the future of healthcare is going to be. I mean, Mike and I joke, I might not even have a job as a nurse if what they say is true about future interventions and caring for the human body. But I really feel like I have a new path and purpose. I became a nurse because my father passed away when I was 15. He had a heart attack, and to process my grief, and I turned it into a passion to help others. So there are a group of us nurses out there who are who want to help, and whatever that looks like in the future, we are ready to learn. If it means having to go back to school, having to be retaught new ways in the industry, we're ready. We're ready.
Wow, that's so powerful. You know what? We're going to keep having you coming back, and I really believe you're going to be on other shows too. There's other beautiful shows out there, and your story needs to go far and wide. And there's a lot of doctors and nurses out there that are starting to get braver now and speak out now. Like, it's unfortunate you had to experience it firsthand, health wise. Like, you almost freaking died in order, like, for you to say, okay, I'm awake now, let's go. I mean, it saddens me that it has to be that way, but it's been planned for a long time. And these people, like, and Michael knows this, I can see him nodding right now. These people are horrifically people. They don't care about us. They're just feeders, bottom feeders to them. But anyway, Kyle, we dropped Melzi again. We'll bring her video on, but if you don't mind, let's go to that. The last video I shared in our personal DMs, the one where Trump's sitting with the South African guy. That video at the 44-minute mark. Why don't we play that for 9 minutes? We'll have a little break. Everybody can refill their bowls of popcorn, and then I got 2 more Q drops. And this is the thing: the one that Kyle read plus these 2, and I think there's one other. They were already preset for our show tonight before we even talked and met you tonight, Jen. And it just happens that way. It's crazy.
Couldn't plan it. That's for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Couldn't plan this, so.
Say no coinkydinks. And also, Kyle, I sent you the video clip of Michael whenever you want to throw that over.
Okay, so which one you want me to do next?
Right now, I think because we're on the subject with Jen and everything, is go to that the White House South Africa visit complete, reduce violence, Rubio on fire, etc. Pray video. 3rd one up in our private chat.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say today, I don't know if it's a Bible verse or if it's just like a message that's been coming through, is like the people that will kind of in your situation, Jen, especially, will actually be the loudest voices going forward. I feel even too, especially the people that were adamant, that like trusted, the advice or the things, and they were like, stood firm against maybe the other people in the past. It's going to hit them so hard that they put so much trust in people that had none of their trust actually at their forefront of what their intentions were, that those people are the most offended, especially if they have a loss of someone or an injury themselves. It's going to motivate them more than anybody. So the more we can, cultivate and, wrap our arms around people, like Tim always says, for people that had that experience, we can help, boost them up, because they're going to be that voice. And that's what we always try to be, Tim, is like the voice for the voiceless, the people that weren't able to speak or didn't know, you know what I mean? And we had to fight through a lot of things back then. And it was very dirty tricks. Even when ivermectin came on, the FDA made a post, and ivermectin was discovered for its treatment in humans alone. But everybody was like, oh, you can get the horse paste from Amazon. You still can do that, right? That's for like $20 instead of having to like go through all these hoops to get a prescription, all this stuff. And then they'll, like the media does, they zoom in on a very microscopic thing. Even if it's even a real story, somebody dies or and scares people away from it. But they made a post that, seriously, you're not a horse. Don't take it. Like saying there was the FDA, the people we trust, and knowing full well that it's very, very great treatment for all kinds of things, but especially parasites and antivirals and everything else. So it just has totally sick how the evil depths that they would go to say something like that, to try to shun and shame people. And then the people that don't understand, oh yeah, these stupid idiots, they're taking the horse paste. And it's like, it actually helps in all kinds of ways. And the big reason they didn't want people to take it is because that's an anti-cancer drug also, especially with that one. But that's just one of the many, many things. And Tim kind of said it, like the slow death, because the greatest profits for these people is war and sickness and disease. So it's better to keep people sick and dying than instead of dying right away. And it's sick to understand.
It's the ultimate money maker. Q drop 1010 explains it. I mean, right there, all vaccines, most vaccines, not all vaccines, not all, it says, which is very interesting in parentheses in that one. But they basically, this has been going on for like decades, if not, at least a century for us here, okay? But it's even worse than that. Like, it gets deeper and uglier as far as good versus evil. But with all the chemicals and everything, baby on the floor, Q drop, and you read those Q drops and you realize that everything that we touch, consume, breathe, shower, it's all poison. They fucking poison us, like slowly. We want you to die, but die slowly so we can keep pumping all these fucking pills into you. I mean, the most legal drug dealers on the earth are the doctors. I mean, it's crazy. The pharmaceutical, you go to any kind of pharmacy, that's like, you look at the money that's in that store in a pharmacy. Are you kidding me? And this is what Robert Kennedy Jr. is fighting against now in the Trump Maha, right? I mean, it's, you know what, Jen? You're at the right place at the right time, and God saved you for this time on earth to turn the tides, to enough is enough. Let's get rid of these bastards, these evil bastards all over the place. Let's clean this mess up and make it good for our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren, because this is where the tide's turning right now. And fortunately for all of us, like how many times did we say, Mike, what a beautiful time to be alive? Now it's tough to put that smile on when you say that, knowing what what we're up against, how freaking brutal these people are, but we need to push through. And that's why this movement is going exponentially, Kyle.
And learning this stuff and knowing there's good people out there and knowing that the tides can turn is like you truly believe it. Is all these things happened in the past, but we can deal with it now. Now is the only moment we have. And when we embody it, it really is the greatest time to be alive. Like people are waking up every single day. People are linking arms and uniting. The power structures that were there continue to fall around us. And we wrap our arms around each other. And I truly, truly believe that you can heal from and cure from anything. You can heal anything. That's another program thing they told us is, oh, you have this incurable disease. Total nonsense. We have a frequency. This is what the new healing devices are going to be, frequency healing, sound healing, and our own DNA is the true technology. You know what I mean? So once we start understanding that, it is empowering, and it is truly the greatest time to be alive. And then we get in more empowered by just knowing that too. So that's just powerful to me. That's how I feel about everything. So I'm going to play real quick. I'm just going to show a couple of quick things. The little treatment that Mel wanted to show just because she brought it up. And then did I delete that again? Oh no, it's on Telegram. So no, I'll go to yours next then. Let me show you next, Dr. Stella. This was the one I was thinking of.
So we got about a 6-7 minute break here, guys. We're going to watch a couple of videos back to back, and then we'll get back into breaking it down. So good time to go for a pee break, get a bowl of popcorn, whatever, or just sit there on the edge of your seat like we all are. Here we go.
Yeah, so this one was the wild guy. I'm not going to show this. Just a kind of short clip is Dr. Stella Emanuel is the name. Dr. Stella Emanuel. And this was, again, on the White House steps at the Capitol steps here. Not White House, excuse me. Capitol steps in Washington, D.C. All these doctors met and were, just trying to help people get the information out about different treatments and whatnot. And it got 20 million views on YouTube and then totally shut down. And I'll just play it for a second.
When you do, come and talk to me. Because I sit down in my clinic every day and I see these patients walk in every day, scared to death. I see people driving 2-3.
So that's what she was talking about, how the people were in such fear, of everything they've been told, that they thought there was no way to have treatments and things like that. And she was there to just tell her truth, and other doctors were too. 20 million views, and YouTube removed it. And this is the kind of censorship, true fascism that we are experiencing in an open, free market. Free speech is so important because ideas can be exchanged. You can, and people that try to censor things, so hate speech, whatever, is you have to be smart enough to be able to have all the information and make the best decision, not this, there's misinformation. Let people decide what they need to. And that's why the powers that be have tried to steer us away from that. So, yeah. All right. So let's go to this video.
Wow, you're not going to believe this. Wait till Jen and Michael come back. We'll play the video. I just looked, part of the Q drops that I gave you were today's deltas. Today's the 24th, right?
Yes. Or 23.
Okay. Jen, you're not gonna effing believe this. Okay, it happens to us all the time on this show. But okay, play the video, and then I'm gonna give you when it comes to this conversation about the Rona and everything that we're talking about with Jen. There's 3 drops left, and one of them is on today's Delta, and you can't make this up. Today's Delta. Okay, let's rock and roll.
I'll play this for about 9 minutes. I'll just make it full screen so everyone can take a little break, and then we'll come back and do the drops, I guess. And then let me know, Tim, when to stop it, okay?
I stop at around 53 minutes.
53 minutes, okay. All right, sounds good.
While we're watching everything else go on.
This shows the number of daily cases of COVID, and you see it's peaking in January. Right as we're rolling out the vaccine, but we really haven't injected it with anybody. If by the time we had any kind of significant uptake of the vaccines, we were way down in terms of the number of daily cases. I mean, this virus was burning itself out. Okay, now we had different variants. Again, I've read a lot of information about vaccination into the midst of a pandemic driving variants. Is that what happened? I don't know. But you would think if a vaccine were that effective, the tail would just continue and the pandemic would be over. But that's not what happened. We had a whole new surge, and this is Delta, and doctors I've talked to, very deadly, probably a more deadly. Would you agree with that, Dr. McCullough? Delta was more deadly. I know you guys are kind of freaking out that your early treatment wasn't working as well.
It was definitely more difficult to treat. But fortunately, by that time, we had treatments.
But anyway, I just wanted to put this thing up here again. Again, to a layman, if the vaccine really worked, was that efficacious, prevent all that disease? By the way, they all admitted that it didn't prevent transmission. They lied to us about that 4 months, if maybe a year. Then they finally had to admit it didn't prevent transmission. But again, this chart right here just shows you that if the vaccine really would have worked, you wouldn't have had this.
That's Senator Ron Johnson showing the devastating chart. So here's the new cases per day of COVID. And then it goes down in February of 21. It keeps going down March of 21. But then they start pumping the vaxes into everybody's body. And then give it till June and July 21. Yeah, this is all the time that the vaxes were being pushed in the body. And then what happens? It starts going back up again. Percent fully vaccinated, 60%. 48%, 36%. Before you know it, things start skyrocketing. Well, interesting because the CDC and FDA officials were all well aware of the risk of myocarditis following mRNA injections and took steps to downplay them. Starting in February 2021, federal health agencies had been alerted to large reports of myocarditis in young people who received the Pfizer vaccine but waited until June that year to adjust the vaccine labels to make that side effect known. Even though the CDC and FDA officials were well aware of the risk of all of this, the Biden administration opted to withhold issuing a formal warning to the public for months. Yeah, about the safety concerns, jeopardizing the health of young Americans. And it's jeopardizing a lot of health, folks. I can't tell you the number of friends that I've had throughout the years posting on social media that their face stopped working on one side, that their body froze up, that they've had strokes, cancers all of a sudden, and young people, I'm talking young, like 30, 40, 50-year-old people, having cancers now out of nowhere. And how many have passed away that I've known of that were all fine before they started putting the jabs in their body.
For every product on the market, you can sue the manufacturer for harm, for design defect claims, meaning the claim that the product could have made safer. I mean, literally, look around this room, planes, cars, pharmaceutical drugs, every one. There's only one product in America. You cannot sue the manufacturer for design defect claim to claim that it could have been made safer, and that are vaccines. I heard, injections, vaccines. My definition of vaccine is any product for which the government needs to give it immunity from harms. To me, that's what a vaccine is, because some prevent infection, some don't. That's what a vaccine is, meaning it can't survive without that immunity, apparently. Why did vaccines get this immunity, which was provided in 1986 under the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act? Because leading up to 86, there were only 3 routine childhood vaccines, MMR, OPV, and DTP, and they were causing so much harm and causing so much liability that all the manufacturers were going out of business to stop making them. And Congress, instead of forcing those manufacturers to do what every other product manufacturer needs to do in that situation, which is what? Make a better, safer product. Instead said, you know what? We're just going to give you immunity. We're going to make it so nobody can sue you for those harms. And you can keep selling your product to the American public no matter how many children it kills or injures.
Sad information, huh? This is Aaron Searing giving a brief to Johnson and the others on the committee. So, yep, 3 of them causing all kinds of problems, and he basically tells you what happened. What did they do? Oh, they gave them protection, so you can't sue them anymore, so they keep pushing out the products to kill the kids.
And the issue is that immunity was not just given for those 3 products. It was given for any childhood vaccine, routine child vaccine that was developed thereafter.
Yep. How many of you are still trying to talk to your kids about your grandchildren if they're all getting the shots? How many of you had discussions with your adult children that have children, or maybe while they were pregnant, and you said, look, let me have a talk with you. Let me share some truth with you. Do whatever it takes, but sign the paperwork to make sure you don't have anything interfering with your brand new baby brought into this earth. Do not have them put man-made products inside of that baby's body. How many of them were rejected? How many of you were rejected? How many of you prayed and just kept asking the Lord, please help me with this? It's difficult. We're finding out the truth. But we have to talk to our family members, and we have to do the best we can to wake them up. But you know what? They still go out, and they still believe everything the government tells them, despite everything we went through with COVID. And it's hard. And that's the uphill battle we have to face. No matter how hard these guys fight to try to put a stop to it all, we have a responsibility as citizens to finally put a stop to it.
I tell you this not to take issue with childhood vaccines, but to explain to you the regulatory framework in which vaccines have developed over the last 40 years. We have now gone from 3 injections in the first year of life under the CDC schedule in 86 to 29 injections, including in utero, if a child follows the CDC schedule today. Every one of those vaccines, save one, was developed by a pharmaceutical company knowing they would not be responsible for the injuries that are caused by those products.
My goodness.
So when you have drug trials where pharmaceutical companies, they care about losing money, they don't want to lose money on their drugs, they often do multi-year placebo-controlled trials before they get on the market because they don't want to end up upside down. They're there to make money. But with vaccine products, because they don't have that financial incentive, they have the disincentive. Almost every childhood vaccine in this country is licensed based on clinical trials with no placebo control, save for COVID-19 vaccine, often days or weeks, up to maybe 6 months of safety review after injection, and are often extremely underpowered. Those trials could never have really confirmed the safety of this product, and my submission to this committee laid out every single vaccine and put them in detail.
How much time do we have to get this done? President Trump only has so many years. What happens if the midterms don't go the way we want? I know that we pray for it. I know that there's a plan, and we hope and pray that all this is going to be laid out to destroy this so it never happens again. How long before somebody else takes over? Our hope and prayer is that things are put into place where the Democrat Party no longer exists, the rhinos are put away, and we actually have real leadership. They start protecting we the people. In the meantime, we have podcasts like Joe Rogan, Aaron Rodgers, remember, on the COVID vaccine.
So this is fertility study. A study of 1.3 million showed successful conceptions per 1,000 women were considerably lower for women who were COVID-19 mRNA vaccinated. Preliminary results call for further studies of the potential influence of COVID-19 vaccination on human fertility. And I think in that thread, they were talking about what it does to
ovaries,
their eggs and ovaries. Yeah,
that's right there. Yep. This is what a lot of the conspiracy theorists were talking about when the vax was coming out.
Yeah. Well, it's like...
Which, by the way, the conspiracy theorists are undefeated still.
Yeah, conspiracy theorists are way more accurate than CNN. Yeah, and then there was the idea that...
We're undefeated.
It's going to stay local. Don't worry, it'll stay local. No, not only is it not staying local, your body's producing spike protein up to 700 plus days after the shot.
The truth was coming out. Folks were ignoring it. If it wasn't for the podcasting, the social media world, and more, we wouldn't be able to defeat this enemy. They'd be pushing us so hard. Of course, we need the Lord God Almighty for beating the enemy. I understand that, but I believe He helped.
That's it, man. I mean, wow. Okay, thanks to LT and We Know on Rumble. Just a quick update before we bring Jen and Michael back in here. We got several more Q drops to bring up for you. We're just getting warmed up, Kyle. But I want to guide everybody to Telegram, our Telegram channel, Qschqql. That's t.me/Qschqql. Replace the O's with the Q's to spell it out properly. And I listed all of the Rumble channels of all the most frequent, the ones that I use for my updated news, and LT and We Know is one of them. His channel link is there. I've got Mr. Truth Bomb, which we're going to be talking about in the next, the second half here of the show, and X22 Report. We've got Stormy, Patriot Joe with Absolute 1776. So many beautiful add-ons. And I've got about I think I put about a half a dozen, Kyle, on our channel on Qschqql. You'll see, yeah, there's the links. So all you got to do is click on those links on our Telegram channel and always use them as your daily go-to as far as getting up to date, staying on top of the news in the form of what a real Anon digital soldier produces for news, including Q drops. That's why I put these ones in here specifically, because they all share the news, but break it and they connect it to, the Q drops. And it's very powerful information. But that was LT and We Know, and that was just from a couple of days ago, Jen, just so you know. So, I mean, the timing, as Q says, timing is everything, right? So we just met Jen tonight. She's a new guest. We've known Michael for quite some time. And just to bring you up to speed on Michael, and then we'll go to some Q drops, Kyle. If you want to bring up Michael's quick little video clip, and let's bring Michael back on stage for a sec, and what made him famous in this movement, other than the fact that he's just a beautiful, patriotic beast. Where we go one, we go all is what made him famous. And he was brave enough, which, I mean, a lot of us need more bravery, but he was brave enough to just yell it out at a Trump rally at one time. And we've got the clip for you, just so you know. We've got the real Michael with us here tonight, sharing his lovely new spouse, Jen's story. And Jen is with him by his side. And we're so grateful that not only that we've met you, but that you came to spend your valuable time with us here tonight on a Saturday night on Qschqql. You guys, love, love, love. Kyle, anything you want to? I know you're bringing up that quick video that I sent you at the bottom there.
Okay, you got one more video. All right, so back on the Telegram,
yeah, go to our DM. Right, the last one I shared is Michael's quick video clip. This is Michael back. When was the date, Michael? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
Where's it muted?
So it was January 22nd, 2024 in Laconia, New Hampshire. And then, of course, the video came out the 23rd. And along with the video came the Q drop that from the 23rd that said, where we go one, we go all.
Oh, do you have that Q drop number handy, or should we?
It might be in the background of the video.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll look it up. I mean, Kyle, we don't have a hard time looking up.
Yeah, we can definitely find that. That's no problem. So for sure.
And then Jen, we're gonna put some icing on the cake after this, sweetie. We're gonna go through 3 more COVID-related Q drops. You're gonna read the last one, and it's today's Delta. You're gonna read today's Delta, and then there's one more Delta for today that you're gonna read to put the icing on the cake for anybody that's still brand new to this movement and turning the page and starting to think, oh my God, I've been lied to my whole life. Like this, and I want to hear it from your voice. You're actually gonna read Q drops tonight, sister. So here we go. Here's Michael live. Listen closely.
We will.
And the music that's playing in the background, folks, in case you're not aware of that, the song is called Where We Go One, We Go All. Michael, your timing, as Q says, timing is everything. I mean, how did you feel at the moment when you did that? And what was it like several weeks after when it went viral? Like it went like total viral.
Right. Well, so as I was doing it, as I was belting it out, I knew it. I knew it was just the perfect time, because there was a nice little pause, to where you can hear the music. And, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I actually yelled it out 2 nights in a row before that at the Manchester and the Rochester rallies as well. And if you listen closely, you may have to put earbuds in, but you could hear me saying that in Manchester, and I said it in Rochester without the music. They didn't play the music that one. But again, if you listen really closely, you could hear it. And I think in Rome, Georgia, a couple of months later, I said it as well. And Trump looked over at me. Again, you can't really hear it, but I said it so loud in the auditorium that he heard it, and he looked right at me. And after I was done, because I mean, I exhumed so much, exhibited so much energy that I almost made myself pass out. I said it so loud, and so Trump looks over, and right about the time I'm done, you see him shaking his head.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, is this guy ever going to quit? No, we're never going to quit. Never give up, never give in, right? That's what Trump taught us, right? But
Yeah.
that video we just watched, he did look over at you. Like,
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He nodded. Did you see the
Yeah.
double nod?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, that's a cute, to me, that's one of the ultimate Q proofs too. I mean, all the Q proofs that we've gone through. It's crazy, man. But yeah, you yell out "Where we go one, we go all." While "Where we go one, we go all" song is playing, Trump's paused. He always does the pause and lets the music sink in. Your timing was perfect, and then he nods. I mean, that's just beautiful. Kyle, I mean, what a time to be alive, brother. I got a couple more Q drops if you want to bring them up. You take care of these two, and then when we go to the other two, I'd like Jen to read those ones. But Kyle,
and Tim.
Yes, sir.
And Tim, when you do that, because we're a little bit deficient in technology right now, so I got my iPad with the with Rumble playing, but there's like I think a 10-15 second delay. So if you had that up in enough time for Jen to read, she can read it off the iPad.
Okay, good enough. Good enough. We'll pause, like when it comes time for Jen to read those drops. We'll wait 17 seconds. 17 seconds.
Okay.
Kyle, you're muted.
I can bring them up on the screen too, so she can just read them here. But that should be fine.
So good. Okay, so Kyle, I want you to bang off 2 in a row for me here, for all of us here watching.
Don't tempt me with a good time. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah. Q drop 4305 and 4306 back to back, brother. Back to back, Jack.
So I got to show this too, just to touch on it real quickly though about that. This is so interesting with the post there, because the number is 599, which is super important to me. And January 23rd is 123, like things lining up. And then 603 on the timestamp is a 9. And then so it's 959. So 95 and 59 is really important to me, like my birthday and all these things. So that's really just blows my mind that it's 599 and then 959. Wow. And also Vincent Cripp, the Vincent Kennedy account, shared a verse. It's 5:5-9 also on Twitter. So there's something with that. So that's, I'm just going to leave it at that for now. But that just
read this drop and read the Q. No, put it back on the screen.
The drop on the screen. Okay, yeah.
Read the Q drop too, because that's what Michael taught. This is the day after he said that, so this is important. So
right. Okay, so I'll just read it on this, even though it's kind of transparent. But this is Q post 599. Do not glorify us. We are all patriots. Honor those who serve for God, humanity, and country. Where we go one, we go all. And then
look at. Okay, here I want to ask you guys this: how often do you see, the "where we go one, we go all" is usually all the capital letters? How often do you see it spelled out in full? Just asking for a friend.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Where we go one, let me type it in here.
Yeah, we're going to check it out for you right now. How many times do you think out of almost 5,000 Q drops, the Q team put out "where we go one, we go all spelled out full words versus the abbreviation?
So do you want them to guess, or I just looked it up in the background here? I'm not on the right. So this is kind of crazy to me. So I just looked it up.
It is okay. If it's crazy, don't tell me. There's no way it's 17 times. I've never seen it 17 times.
Well, even kind of different crazy. So look at this one. So it's "where we go one, comma, we go all." So just while you're asking that question, I just searched it. I just searched "where we go one, we go all" with no comma. I didn't see the comma here. So I just typed it in "where we go one, we go all." And now go to that tab. And okay, so here's the 599. I'll just actually show it from the drop board now.
Okay.
So 599. And again, so you can see the everything 123 and then 2 18s. So there's 2 18s. 18 is R, and then double 18.
So for Michael, that was a 4-year delta plus 1 day, right? Because you were 20. Was that 2022? You said 2022?
It was the 22nd, but when the
what year? What year?
Last year, 2024.
Oh shit! Okay,
6 years.
that's a
And
6 year.
Yep, and it came. Let's see. It came out. That video came out the very next day, so it had the 23rd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had the Q drop from the 23rd.
And that's the one that went viral. It went ape shit viral. Like
Yeah.
It was a big one.
So interesting too. In the video, it shows it as the regular clock, which would be 6:03 Eastern time, but in military, it's 18:03, but 18 is still a 9, so there's still the 959 in there. So now I'm going to go forward where I searched where we go one, we go all. I do it all caps just so you can see it. It doesn't matter about for the search feature, but I didn't put the comment in there because I didn't know, Tim. And look at how many drops with just that. Where we go one, as many times as Q says it. Look at how many drops. Just one. That blows my mind. So let's look at this 1294. So 1294, 428. So we had that just May 28th, just last month here. Look at that, 17 minutes, 42 seconds in between there from the Anon posting. Trust the plan. We are not alone. I drove 3 hours with my wife's ex, but that's a whole nother story. We walked over a mile, stood outside, wind chill of 36 degrees for 3 hours to support POTUS in Washington, Michigan. That's odd. There were between 10 to 15,000 patriots standing outside watching POTUS on Jumbotron. There were shouts of Q Army, who's Q, and release the text. If you think your efforts, and so this is how we come full circle too, right? That's back in 2018, and now in 2024, we get Michael shouting where we go one, we go all, and it's just all these different quantum proofs and confirmations to us, right? If you think your efforts are not making a difference, that we were just talking about, Tim, right? Us speaking up, speaking out, letting people know.
Oh my God.
Right?
Yeah. And I was talking with Sean earlier on his channel when I met Jen for the first time, and we were talking about anons and autists.
Totally. So I'll finish the post here and then let them share if they want to or anything to add. So if you think your efforts are not making a difference, my experience tonight says otherwise. Anons and autists, your efforts are more important than you'll ever know. So from someone who does not have your skill set, we all have different skill sets, and that's why we come together as one. From one patriot to another, thank you for your service. Where we go one, we go all. Q responds 17 minutes, 42 seconds later. Godspeed, patriots. Stay strong. Stay united. Boom week ahead, Q. We're ready. We're ready.
Hey, Michael, it gets even better. Like, that's why we keep digging on this, because, I mean, is it God's timing? Is it, I mean, it has to be ultimately.
I believe it is. I believe it is. I believe there's a huge spiritual component to all of this.
Yes.
And that's that's what I felt on my journey and what I wrote down. I mean, there's no mistaking. I mean, there is definitely a spiritual aspect to Q.
I'm glad you said that, because there's a Q drop coming up that I picked out earlier today that relates to exactly what you're talking about. You're not going to believe this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go right back to those Q drops now.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about it last week, Tim, with the Qschqql, because we were like kind of reintroducing ourselves and talking about the movement in general, among other crazy things we did on the show. But we mentioned specifically how it brought all of our faith back in whatever kind of way. You know what I mean? Like, I have faith that there's good forces that are standing behind us, doing things, and also empowering us too, which is just increases your faith. But just in overall, there's just too much magic. There's too much miracles involved with it, too many connections, that there's no other explanation, just absolutely no other explanation. So it's definitely a huge part of it.
Quinky dinks.
Yeah. Mathematically impossible ones. Okay, so I'm going to the channel here where we got all the drops up, Tim. So which one you want to do next? This 42.95.
I need you to go to 4305 and 4306. 4305, 4306.
I hope we cover this 42.95 because it's definitely staring at me. Well, we got to cover that one soon. Okay, so which one?
Oh yeah, we're going to that one. Yeah.
Which one?
4305 and 4306.
Okay, right here. Yeah. So look at let me read this other one right before that. Then those two are the very next ones. Is that cool?
Oh yeah. It's on the list. It's early.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at it. It's literally they're right in order. So it's the very right before that. So we'll go 42.95. So May 20th Delta from 2020, 14 on time stamp. I feel like we covered this maybe last week. Maybe not. No. People fell asleep long ago. People gave up control. And this is a big thing too, right? We're granting people authority over us.
Stop right there. Okay. Read that second sentence again.
People gave up control.
Okay, Jen, can you do you have a pen handy? Just write that down beside you, or just think. Can you remember that?
People gave up control.
Yeah. Good, because the last Q drop that she's going to read for us tonight, it all ties into this. Oh my God, I can't believe this. Okay, carry on, man. This is good.
So people gave up control. And that, again, that's granting people authority over us as well, too. Whether it's this people says we can keep our business open, or these people say we can't do this. That's like our sovereignty is a huge part of this whole thing, right? So, all right. So 4295, people fell asleep long ago. People gave up control. People have been compartmentalized, divided, every single type of way you can think of, too, right? Divided, race, color, creed. I guess divided, you are weak. Divided, you are taught to fight each other, not the real enemy. Race versus race, religion versus religion, class versus class, and gender versus gender. Unity is what gives people strength. Unity is what gives people power collectively, power over government, power over, again, insert anybody trying to take your power away from yourself. Unity creates peace. Unity is humanity. The world is what we make it. Q. It kind of reminds me of the Terminator 2. Terminator drop there. The world fate is what we make it there.
That's what we call a boom drop right there.
Right.
Like that, or just like if you don't get goosebumps reading stuff like that, then you're just not quite there yet. You're getting close.
Well said. Okay, so here's our next two drops that you got for us now. 4305. So these are deltas from May 21st. So again, Tim was he picked out a handful of ones that stood out to him from basically since last week. Again, different deltas.
Exactly. I started because our show was Saturday, so I went Sunday right up until today, brother.
So that'd be like the 18th up to the 24th here. But keep in mind, they'll be from different years. So we may have posts from 2020 or 2018 and such, so on and so forth. So here's 40.
Kyle, just so you know, I'm looking. Here's my cheat sheet here. But so there was a total of about. I'm snowballing, guessing this here: 1325, 35, 40, 60, 70, close to 90, 95 Q drops during the week. Deltas. These are deltas. So that's from last Sunday, up until today. About 95-ish Q drops, and I plucked out about 13, 14 of them for you guys, and they just happened to just coincide with Jen and Michael and everybody else that's it's perfect.
Okay, so I'll go right in this one here. So we get this tweet shared on 4305. So let's see what that looks like. So we got it archived, and Truth Hammer. So HCQ, hydroxychloroquine, to be given proactively to more than 40,000 healthcare workers in UK. What color is that pill? I don't know. I guess it'd be a red pill. And then, so that was UK. Again, things that were obviously kept from Americans, especially, right? Because other places were, trying to fight, and I don't know how that all works.
Yeah. So, like, weren't we just talking about that, Jen? Like, everybody else is fixing themselves up with ivermectin or HCQ. Meanwhile, America's suffering.
Right. We showed Costa Rica. There was some other Q posts too that show Russia was using it, and Costa Rica again learned that from China. So China, Costa Rica, Russia. There's some other ones in the Q drops now. This is another one. UK using. I know the French Dr. Fauci was very proactive on like actual treatments and things like that. I think there are somebody's important as well too.
And like you said at the beginning of the show, Kyle, too, and it's in the Q drops too. I mean, we could spend, like I said, 17 hours in the show, which we're not tonight, but eventually you're going to see it. But the mainstream media, the controlled Clowns in America, controlled Mockingbird media, are the ones that bashed ivermectin, HCQ, anything that would help a human being. They bashed it. They rammed it. I mean, they hit it hard, right, Kyle? How many shows have we done over the years in Qschqql when you lit it up big time on that. It was crazy to see how they buried that. And let it suffer.
And the Brazil study.
Other parts of the world, they're fine. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Brazil study had tanked hydroxychloroquine, but the levels of that study of hydroxychloroquine were too high, and then they weren't using zinc. So obviously that wasn't going to work, and patients patients were dying, and then you
They
had
rigged it.
the Lancet study
They rigged
that had to
that
be
one.
retracted.
Michael, you're right. They rigged it. They purposely rigged those studies and then aired those studies in their big blowhorns, the mainstream media, which is fake news, like Trump has always said. And once you realize, once our family and friends realize how bad that media has been over the years, then they're gonna. This is the turnaround. This is where the ship's turning, right? The big freight liner is turning that big corner. We talked about that earlier tonight. And once it turns, you can't stop it turning, and it's turning.
Yep, that's right.
You're muted, Kyle.
Thank you. I was trying to look for that study. I have them in my bookmarks, but some of them are lost. But again, I read from the one, basically, again, the potent inhibitor of the SARS coronavirus, hydroxychloroquine, 2005. We've even showed, this would be a really good one for next one if we kind of go on this topic. There's a show, I think it was called Drop Zone, and this was in 2004. So this is prior to the 2005 study. So they obviously knew about this for a long time. But on the show, there's a breakout, and it winds up being in the school. It's like a detective type show, and it's a coronavirus at the school, and they're trying to treat it, and they're locking everybody down. They're talking about using masks. And long story short, the guy almost dies, but he figures out right beforehand that he says chloroquine because it was so early back then. But hydroxychloroquine is like the safer version. But he's like, oh, we can treat it with chloroquine, and saves the whole day with using chloroquine. This in 2004 of this coronavirus breakout at a school. He saves the day with chloroquine. And that was 2004 prior to the 2005 study. So we've had so much of this stuff for many, many years. So I'm going to jump into this Q post here. We used to show that again, all of our Q schools. So again, this the tweet here referenced was showing that UK was going to have 40,000 different treatments for or hydroxychloroquine doses or something. And it says right here, but at Team Cavuto said it would kill you. Why are select journalists so invested with instilling fear regarding hydroxychloroquine? And again, we call that the kill bracket, the kill box here. 40 years on the market. That's FDA approved. I believe it had been used for over 80 years, but 40 years of FDA approval. Again, very limited side effects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And Q makes this question here. Then this is what it's all about. Is this about the health and well-being of people or something else? Something else coming in 2020.
Capital letters too. Capital letters. Big
Right.
time.
Yeah. And then right here, is this about the virus or something else? And they do it again. And the OR's in there too. Makes me think Oregon. Again, all capital letters. I always look at gematria as well, but I'll keep doing the next Q post here. We can, maybe if somebody actually wants to in the chat or Rumble chat or anywhere, look up something else and actually do or something else. So it would be 15 and 18, 33 more, something else. And then plus 33 would be or something else. Let's see what that comes out to. And then Tim, if not, I'm going to keep going to the next Q post then. Is that cool?
Yeah, keep rocking, buddy. Yeah, let's go. We're right on topic, right on subject. It's perfect.
Okay, now again, both of these posts, May 21st, 2020. So this would be 5-year deltas from just a couple days ago, delta being change in time. Here's the other one we did too earlier, was the very first one we started the show off here. And that was showing this post from May 9th, but then reshared again May 24th, again, about 3 weeks later, 2-3 weeks later. So this is right before this, 4306. How do you convince people a vaccine is necessary, critical? And go to this link here. Let's see what we got with this. Oh, so that page is gone. So that happens a lot too with these Q posts. Like it would be a normal thing, might show an old study, might show an old article, might show somebody making a tweet that they wind up getting caught with their pants down, and then the link is gone. And that happens so very often with the Q post because it was such powerful information. The powers that be would do anything they could to try to get these links removed, taken down, shut down, whatever. So whatever this article was, it's gone. Now our anons in the field out there, they have this. We have this archived somewhere. We could qpost.online was another third-party site we really loved because they had every single link archived. Unfortunately, Mr. Smith on QAG only has the tweets archived, so we'll have to find this one another time. But regardless, it just shows how powerful the Q information is that so many of these links no longer work because they got brought down one way or the other because they were exposing so much. So I'm going to keep going.
The nice thing about this Q drop is at least it quoted, unquoted.
I see that. I see that. Yeah. So this would be right from the article that they were, that was again taken down. See, look at this came right from HHS. So that's RFK's in charge of the Human and Health Services, right? So this is from a .gov CDC post, and it got removed because they don't want people knowing this because Q shows it. It's the government. We better remove that. Right?
And Kyle, listen to this before you read the rest of this. when you go back to our personal DMs on Telegram, I shared, I don't know what the date is. This is a May 21st Delta, right?
Mm-hmm.
I shared with you breaking news this week. I don't know what day it was, but I'm thinking today's the 24th. It's probably pretty close to the 21st that it's come out that the HHS, the CDC, and NIH all lied about the COVID vaccine. I'm telling you, go look at your DMs, and
Okay.
we might bring that up on the screen and tie this in.
Okay.
Because you know what? News unlocks the map, future proofs past, guys, and you can't freaking deny this. And
Yeah.
I can go to Gateway Pundit. I go to, like, you guys want to do a quick search. The news this past week, was there any headlines about all of a sudden now we just found out that these vaccines weren't working the way that they said? I mean, there's headlines all over, like not all over the place, but you got to dig for them.
Yeah, they've really been coming out, and then especially in particular, and this is where you'll see how alive the Q drops come, is there's this flow and like synchronicity to them. So like we haven't been talking about COVID, we were talking about election stuff, we're talking about Doge, all this stuff, and then even I was doing some podcasts like about the last month or two, so it's coming around already that we're doing studies on the mask or studies on the vaccines, all these different things, like so many studies coming out, and then now all of a sudden the news is bringing it up more, and now here come the Q drops. Re-referencing it. Q always says that reread the drops, or in just in information in general, you kind of come in a spiral. You come back around to things because the first time you learn something, you're caught off guard. You're like, whoa, you pick up bits and pieces, or maybe you don't want to believe it yet. You're like, hold on, let me think about this. And then as time goes along and things start making more sense, then when you come back around to the information, it makes even more sense to you, and it gets more re-solidified in your understanding. And that's just kind of how the Q drops work. And especially us as a collective reading the drops still and working together, it will sync up with what's happening in the news, what's happening in the mainstream, if you will, because Q's going mainstream. Already have, but we're going to go even more mainstream now. So this is directly from the article. As you guys see on the screen here, it says U.S. data on influenza deaths are false and misleading. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention acknowledges the difference between flu death and flu-associated death, yet uses the term interchangeably. Additionally, there are significant statistical incompatibilities between official estimates and national vital statistics data. Compounding these problems is a marketing of fear, a CDC communication strategy in which medical experts, quote unquote, predict dire outcomes, end quote, during flu seasons. And then now Q is saying apply to COVID-19 data reports, Q. And someone was even saying in the chat that the virus never been isolated, or has any virus been isolated to even be identified. This is a really, this crazy, people wouldn't believe this, is when I think it's right from the CDC's website, was saying how they even first got the sample to use for the PCR test. That's really the whole scam, guys, is the PCR test. That's a whole nother topic, a big thing, but that's the big scam, because depending on how many revolutions they would do, you could either have all positives or all negatives. One of the creators of that, Dr. Kerry Mullis, passed away at the very end of 2019, conveniently. And then there's other tons of data too, showing how flu just disappeared and then COVID pops up. But it's really, were these people really even dying of COVID? The doctors were very pushed strongly to put COVID on the death report, and they never had done that before, when it clearly wasn't the main cause of death. And there's the financial incentives involved with this. Insurance companies paying these hospitals $13,000 per COVID death. And really, a hospital is just a giant corporation for profit. And that's a problem when we're paying them for the deaths they have, not for the lives they saved when we're in a so-called pandemic. Okay. But then Q just basically spells it out, is apply that to COVID data reports where they're using flu deaths or flu associated deaths, even when it's not necessarily shouldn't be interchangeable like that, as well as, again, causing this, predicting dire outcomes and fear, right? Everybody was so scared of COVID, but at the end of the day, the CDC's own data is even all the way up to 70-year-old had a 99.4% chance of survival. And for young children, especially, the death rate in COVID was lower than it was for the flu. And yet we shut schools down. We made kids wear masks, stunting their learning, affecting people's health by breathing in your own carbon dioxide throughout the day, causing more and more problems, and all this massive fear and just fear instilled in the children. Also applying the freaking hand sanitizer, which is totally toxic. My sister, she's a super germ freak. She was having her kids use the what do you call the hand stuff every day, that they actually got sick from it. They actually got sick from just that alone. That's how sick these people were by just trying to scare people with all this. So I'll go back to you there then. Pretty sick, and I'm sure maybe Jen can even speak on some of that stuff about
Yeah,
that.
I was just thinking, just to let
Yeah.
you water your palate there. But yeah, Jen. So like we're when we get into a groove, we pour a lot of stuff out here. Like we're just like I said, we're just getting warmed up. We still got a lot of Q drops to go through. But anyway, Jen, what are your thoughts so far up to date? And there's still your 2 drops coming for you to read, by the way. But what are your thoughts overall right now on just what Kyle and I have been talking about tonight, and of course the story you shared, and tying it all together? And I've got some news articles I'm sending to Kyle right now that show that these Q drops that we are reading are deltas from this prior week. Just as you know, just this past week, there is actual news articles coming out about what we're talking about, whether you want to believe that or not. But there it is. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think a lot of these Q drops I'm seeing in real time. I think that I feel a shift is coming when it comes specifically to healthcare. And I feel as though at this point, the more, education that's put out there to, just a regular person like myself, because I was not into, I didn't learn about Q until I met Mike. So the more, like I'm reading this and I'm looking back on when I was working, for example, like in management, some of the ethical dilemmas that I saw, and some of the road bumps I saw. Like I was trying to implement change and intervention, and I was just getting so much pushback, and I was frustrated because I didn't understand why. Now I can look back and I'm getting a lot of answers. So this is all just very like inspiring for someone like me who's a nurse, and it's a relief, because now things make sense as to why things were the way they were. You mentioned that like the PCR testing, just the protocols that were set in place. Looking back, I mean, they were taken advantage of, they were misused. It was so much fear was being instilled, and I felt like with one particular job, I felt like I was the only one who thought this was not normal. Now, I was not exposed to the information that I know now, but still something didn't sit right with me. So I love that you guys are targeting like the general audience out there, because yeah, because even before knowing about Q, just something wasn't right, and it, you know, I feel so much more confident now in my role as a nurse, and I think the fact that like Michael has his own story about what he personally experienced with the COVID shot, and I now I see it on both sides. I have both the professional side and the personal side. So I was kind of like the eyes and ears on the inside, you know, and I've witnessed stuff, and now I can personally attest to it. And I think that will help people in the future once more information is brought to light on a global scale or a national scale. Maybe there'll be a higher percentage in people who can trust people like us who not only like we've lived through it, you know, like we're practicing what we preach. I can personally attest to how it's affected me, my nephew.
That's the key. That's
and
the
it's-
key. That's
yeah,
that's part of the keystone. Key civilian, stone military. This is where this is all coming together. We're going to be bringing that shit up there this summer too, Kyle. Got to get back to keystone stuff, but you know, it's so. And I can't wait for it. Like, I want to try and hook you up with Matthew's mother. Like, you guys could do a little FaceTime or something, because, like, kind of what she went through. And like I said, I bawled like a little baby. I like, because she just wouldn't listen to me. And it was like, I mean, I said, if you're not going to do it for your son. I mean, can you imagine your son who's full blown autistic living without his mother? I mean, like, this shit's going to kill you. Like, I tried to get through to her. I did YouTube videos. Not a YouTube, but I did a Facebook. I got kicked off Facebook 17 times, at least. I'm just throwing that out there, but at least 17 times. And I kept and this is in the early days, and I kept trying to tell people, and one of the videos I did, and I was in tears because it was when I got the news that she had a stroke, and I was trying to get through the rest of everybody. I said, guys, I'm trying to tell you guys, like Matthew's mom just had a fucking stroke after taking the jab, like not even a month ago. You know, she took 2 shots. So I'm going, like, to live through this and to get to where we are now, and looking and listening to you, Jen, like you've lived through it, and unfortunately, like we almost lost you because of this bullshit that we, like what they're trying to do to us. Thankfully, God had His beautiful hands on you and brought you back up, and propped you up, dusted you off, and now you're a full-blown digital soldier. Welcome to the Great Awakening, sister, because this is where shit hits the fan now. Like, you think, Kyle, we've talked about this, Kyle, for so long. I mean, there's certain phases and stages that we're going to go through in this Great Awakening. The process now, and then there's one Q drop in particular that talks about we are the calm before and during the storm. Okay. And that we're here to provide comfort and information for those who are seeking it as this evolves, as this big ship turns, which is turning right now. I'm trying to put it in the easiest terms for anybody that's new into this movement so they can understand the emotions you're going to go through, and just your mind is going to be so stretched, and so you're going to need some self downtime, guaranteed, but you're going to have to break away from the mainstream media. You got to just drop it all, just shut the TVs off and everything, and then just come to like 2 or 3 channels on the platforms that we're talking about, like I told you earlier tonight, some of the ones that have been my favorites, like X22 Report and LTN We Know and stuff. Like, these guys, they take all that stuff that most people can handle and deal with, and they compile it and compress it into a less than an hour version of daily breaking news and events, and how this is unfolding and why it's happening, who we're up against, the good guys versus the bad guys, and everything in between, and how you, as a civilian, as a human being on this planet, fit in, and how you can participate in your own way. And Jen, you're like, right now, you're kind of like that little baby bird that the mother's just sort of tossing out of the nest. Okay, try and fly, baby. Get those wings going, flop those wings, and once those wings are going, like the wings behind Kyle's head there, you can see that. And this is the biblical part of this movement, the spiritual and biblical that Michael was talking about. And those Q drops are coming up soon. We're going to read those. It's the time. You've been born for this movement, and you've been born for this time, and God chose you, and that's why you're here. And everybody else, there's going to be maybe hopefully thousands, tens of thousands of people that listen to this message. You were also chosen because you made the decision to open your mind and think outside the box and start thinking logically instead of emotionally. You got to get rid of you're going to go through the emotions, you will, but once they're gone, start thinking logically, because that's how this works. This is how you get through it. Kyle, anything you want to add to that? Because I just love this conversation tonight, and the next 2 Q drops are going to roll out for you, Jen, and it'll blow your mind.
Yeah, you covered a whole bunch. Just want to add, well, the one big thing is that we talked about a lot, Tim, is we didn't like Trump originally, or you talk about being a mask Karen. I think that just provides a lot of trust with people anyways, by sharing your story of like, hey, I didn't know this, or I wasn't this way, I changed my mind. I always use that quote now, as Einstein says, the great measure of intelligence is being able to change your mind. So I just think that's a great example. But I'll let Jen maybe share. You covered a lot of things there, Tim. So if anything she wants to add, then I think we'll go back to the Q post you said next. Yeah, right.
Sure. One last thing I want to add is, I think it's important that we acknowledge that everyone has a separate role in this movement. You have people like Mike, who comes from military, who know, and yourselves who know about the Q drops, that aspect of being a patriot. And then you also need, people like me who can help with the help enhance the compassionate side and the healing side. I feel like we all have a certain role that maybe our careers or our personal life stories have prepared us for. And we have to accept our differences and our strengths, and how we each play a part in this. I'm educating Mike a lot about the healthcare side of things. He's teaching me about the government side of the information. And the more conversation we have, and the more we come together, the stronger and more powerful we'll be, and the wider range of audience you'll reach, which I think our goal is really just to help humanity. My God, at the end of the day, it's about just helping humanity, and there's going to be a lot of healing that's required. And also, I just want to thank you guys so much for giving me a platform to speak. So thank you. And again, you guys are saving lives. You really are. And everything that I've gone through is just to fully support what you guys have been advocating for, fighting for. Every emotion that you guys faced, which I can't even imagine. It it stands for something, and it wasn't for nothing. And I just want you guys to keep that passion inside of you. You're saving lives every day.
Man, you're so sweet, Jen. That's incredible. I mean, yeah, we always said the pay sucks, but the rewards are priceless.
Yeah, he wants a bonus. He should
Yeah.
get a raise.
I think exactly. You couldn't have said that much better, and it's amazing because as you see me nodding as you're talking, every time I'm nodding, you're hitting a Q drop. Yep. Saving humanity. Yep. Like all the things that you were saying in your whether you want to realize this or not, because there's a lot of people that haven't read not even a single Q drop. There's some that have read maybe 100 drops, but not a lot of people have read almost 5,000 drops. And Kyle and I have been banging out these drops like for 4.5 freaking years straight. And now we're down to once a week, but when we do it, we try to pull out what we think are the best of the best at the time. But you always miss a lot of stuff in between. But it's amazing that as this unfolds, as everything that we're living through and dealing with, and Kyle, the ups and downs of our own lives, personal lives. I've gotten to know Kyle over the years. He's my brother from another mother, and so many other Patriots brothers and sisters who they have their highs, they have their lows, and you said it right, unity. Like when we get together and spend more time, quality time together, and quality time for us, Anons and digital soldiers is online, right? It's either through Telegram or X or whatever platform you're on. But that's our connection, because most people outside of these platforms, when you go to work or you go to the grocery store, I mean, there's still people walking around like zombies. I mean, it's just like, and you don't want to create a fracas or you don't want to make a big scene, but you still want to be polite and gentle, because these people, they're walking around, they don't know, and some people don't care to know. But there's people out there that just live like just legitimately, they have big hearts and they love people, love humanity. They just brainwashed. They watch the CNN shit. They watch the mainstream media, and the only thing is we need time. Time is a healer. And like you said, Jen, finding ways to unify and to be kind to others, even if they're on the other side. We call it the other side, or we call them newbies, or even libtards. Like, we used all kinds of terms. We shouldn't use that. I know it's tough, because like that becomes combative, right? Like when you talk terms like that versus like, hey, you know what, Michael? I know how you feel, buddy. I felt the same way. Like 3-4 years ago, I was like, are you kidding? Like, what? And now this is what I found. I've got something.
Felt found.
Why don't you take a look at it? I'll send you a link, or I'll send you an email, or whatever. But feel, felt, found. I told people use the 3 Fs. The 2 Fs are by the deep state. That's called false flags. The 3 Fs are by the patriots that want to unify the world. Feel, felt, found. That means you're wrapping your arms around other people around the world. Doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. We're all in this together. No one is above the other. And just comfort those who need the comfort, because there's people that have grown up all their lives, never loved, never cared for. Nobody, they were spit on, chewed up, spit out, and then they go home and watch the fucking news on top of that to get more brainwashed. It's like, I mean, they need help. And we are the autists, and in the Q drops it says autists will save the world. And you guys are all autists, and you're becoming one, sister digital soldier extraordinaire, soldierette, I say. But yeah, this is incredible time to be alive. Michael, is there anything you want to add? And when Kyle comes back, we'll bring those Q drops up for you, Jen, that you can read. And then we're going to riddle off. I think I've got, wait till we get into the Mr. Truth Bomb shit. It's coming up tonight. That's another thing, another topic. But Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, well, while you mention it, I'm going to go ahead and make a shameless plug for my book. And it's titled Faith Over Fear, Forged Through Fire. And it's about a 4-year period between 2019 and 2023, where the first half of the book, I'm an inspector general in Hawaii under General Charles Flynn. And I write about the pandemic. And
for the people, sorry, Michael, for the people that are just kind of tuning in, not knowing Charles Flynn. Who's Charles Flynn?
Charles Flynn is Mike Flynn's younger brother.
And who's Michael Flynn?
And Michael Flynn is the man who is behind the glass that Trump is about to break. But he's
the baby, yeah, the people's general, yes,
yep, the people's general.
To the bus, yeah,
yeah.
A lot of Q drops on that too. Go ahead, Michael. I'm glad you brought that up. Carry on.
Okay, and so I talk about the whole, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin during the lockdown, and I presented Dr. Zelenko's COVID protocol to where I had actually a snapshot of the protocol and put it in the end of the second chapter of the book. I mentioned about the Brazil study that we talked about earlier before, and the Lancet study, and I put all this in perspective and made it a personal story to share about the tyranny on the Hawaiian Islands. And I cover the election season and the election theft, which as we know, Trump and Space Force were in the Eisenhower building monitoring the steal during the election. I talked about January 6th and how there were no less than 3 buses full of Antifa and Black Lives Matter in the Capitol that day, along with the use of the feds. I take it all the way to where I had to leave Hawaii because I refused the jab. Because of that turned my life upside down, but it put me on a spiritual journey that wound up earlier, this past year, where I met Jen. Now that part's not in the book. That I finished the book the end of December of 2023, and then basically toured the the U.S. The whole next year, and that's how I met I met Jen. It was actually through TikTok, but it's just amazing the spiritual level that is being played in this war. Q definitely has a spiritual aspect to it, and as you read in my book, you'll be able to go on that roller coaster ride with me. But there's no doubt about it. Everything is tied together, and I believe God is tying it all together, and that includes me meeting up with Jen and everything coming together to where her life wound up being saved, and now she's going to be a very loud voice for the vaccine injured.
A warrior. Let's go. Q drop 1432, Kyle. This is perfect timing. I can't believe this. We didn't plan this, folks. This show is not planned. 1432 for Michael. Michael, if you can see the screen. He's on a 15-second delay, by the way. But I set this up earlier today, and you might want to read this one. Just tie into what you were just talking about, brother. I'm just saying, I didn't plan this shit. God did, okay? Just saying. Back to you, brother. You see it yet?
Okay, yeah, it's on now. It's being scrolled, and 1432, right?
I have it up on the screen here too. Or can you have to watch it through the Rumble?
No, I can't see it on the screen. My screen's black.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So, okay, finally, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you have done everything to stand, stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. With this in mind, be alert and always keep on praying for all the saints. Ephesians 6, chapter 6, 10-18. Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast. It is not proud, it is not rude. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always preserves, or excuse me, perseveres. Love never fails. 1 Corinthians 13, chapter 13, 4-13.
Boom. Thanks, Michael. I mean, like I said, you can't make this up. I had that drop on Kyle's list to show tonight, and there it is on the board. I mean, it's right there, and right beside it on the left-hand side, just to put things in perspective, Kyle, what's that? We are what? What are we, Kyle?
We're Q.
Q, as Matthew would say, yeah. And look at this. Here's that beautiful Tiffany blue carpet with the boss walking up to the podium. Of course, this is back in 2017. Man, Michael, did you get goosebumps like I did?
I sure did. I tell you, it's almost like we are moving down the timeline, and they know where we're at, but we don't know where we're at until we get there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It does. It does, sir. It does. It does. So I think, Kyle, according to my memory, and my memory's not the best, but I do want to bring, are you guys still good to go for another 17 minutes or so?
Like we can do 17 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe what we can do then, Kyle, before you and I get into the Mr. Truth Bomb stuff, which is going to be a lot of fun. Why don't we go right to Jen, and we'll bring up her two drops so that she can read these, and then we'll get maybe some final words from our guests, and then you and I could just let our hair down and let it rip for as long as we need to let it rip, because there's still a couple drops there, and then there's the Mr. Truth Bomb stuff. But Q drop 4312 and 4318 side by side for Sister Jen, who's our newest digital soldier, patriot extraordinaire, on board in the Great Awakening with all the digital soldiers, truth warriors around the world. Where we go one, we go all. No one is above the other. We're in it together. So 4312, Jen, it's going to come up there in about 17 seconds for you because you're delayed a little bit.
So the one here too, that's when I started. I did the beginning at. So if she want to just, we can recap that again, just showing the different times that it took for each place to be locked down. And then when I scroll
Right.
down, because this will have a different response from the one earlier. So it's got this part. So if you want to read the bottom, and then I'll go to the other post.
Yeah, and then what's in that the dictionary? Like, just let's open up that
Oh yeah,
dictionary.
it's common sense here. Yeah, so common
Yeah.
sense, which is mentioned a few times in the Q post. It's not actually mentioned specifically in this one, which is kind of interesting. Just to show this real quick, it's not actually mentioned, but it's in this linked. And then instead of saying common sense here, it just goes right into the definition next. Because that's just kind of odd to me how they did it that way. So here's the link though. Common sense. I'll read the this definition. We'll go back to the post. The basic level. I guess that's probably going to be in the Q post, right? And then right. It is.
Looks
So
like,
I'll let prefer the woman voice over that. So I'll go back to the Q post.
Yeah.
Or actually, I'll just leave this one up, and then she can read it here if you want.
No, make it official. She's got to read Q drops, man.
Okay, all right.
This is embedded in the Q drop, but there's the Q drop right there. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay.
Wait till common sense. So common sense is still showing.
It's the same thing. The basic level.
It's coming though. It's coming, guys. Just wait for your screen to go black. You'll see the Q drop come up there any second now.
There we go.
Okay. The basic level of practical knowledge and judgment that we all need to help us live in a reasonable and safe way.
That's pretty fitting for what we've been talking about tonight. So, Kyle, slide over to that last drop. And Jen, I think this will be for you and all of us that have been listening and watching and getting to know you, icing on the cake. And this wasn't planned. I'm telling you right now, I just happened to pull this Q drop up. So go ahead, sister, when you're ready, and take your time reading it and let it sink in. And look at the date.
Here we go. It's coming up.
Yeah. What's the date at the top?
Okay. May 24th, 2020.
What's today? What's today?
The May 24th.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, now the 25th, but it was the 24th.
Yeah, May 24th, 2025, 5 years later.
Yeah.
Okay. Only when information, truth, becomes free, uncontrolled, will people awaken to the levers of control placed upon them. Only then will people find the will to change. Only then will people regain control, power. Thank you.
Got it, girl. And remember what I asked you to write down earlier? Do you remember what it said?
Yes. Let's see. People gave up control.
Okay, reread the Q drop again.
Only when information, truth becomes free, uncontrolled, will people awaken to the levers of control placed upon them. Only then will people find the will to change. Only then will people regain control, power. Thank you.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that interesting how we came full circle and you brought that up, I don't know, about an hour and 17 minutes ago, maybe? I mean, hey, Kyle's smiling. I mean, you can't make this up, Kyle. I didn't plan this. I just wrote down a bunch of Q drop numbers this afternoon after going through all this week's deltas, and it fit right into Jen's life and how her life has changed. I almost want to cry right now. I mean, it's whew, that's powerful.
Yes.
That's
Well,
powerful.
I would definitely love the opportunity again in the future to talk about how I wouldn't say I'm taking on the local healthcare system, but I would love the opportunity to share how Michael and I are working with the New Hampshire Department of Labor because I was terminated from a job for reporting the abuse of my patient. So if you want a nurse who's ready to see change and is finding her voice, you got her. And I have a good support system right here, kind of pushing me and motivating me and helping me build my confidence. So I am here to to help spread your voice and everything that you've been sharing. And I kind of have my own fight going on here. So I think change is coming.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for sharing that too. Because even Tim has a friend where to step outside the whole medical industry and the control is like get a coalition of other nurses together, and you can start giving people private care, and you can keep learning this stuff on the back end and actually give people real treatment options, and you're actually making more money, and then you're kind of like your own boss, and you guys work together. And that same thing with anybody that wants to start homeschooling their children. If parents get together or teachers get together, instead of getting this crap pay at school and being forced to do this XYZ that is not helping the kids, is other teachers can all come together and start homeschooling, and parents can work together. When we come together, there's just so much like power and levers and more freedom to make different kinds of moves and stuff, where again, like these types of situations is the teachers can make more money and the parents are like spending less money, or same thing, people can get better treatment and you're making more money or better money than you were in the hospitals, but you have the freedom to make the moves you need to, and you're actually helping people legitimately. It's not just like putting them on a prescription thing, we're like, hey, here's this new treatment option that people are using. If you want to try this, or here's another idea, or here's this, is really powerful when we come together with the information that empowers us to no longer be, again, grant our authority to the hospitals, to the doctors, to the schools, or what have you, like to truly be in control of our own health, our own way moving forward, our own education, in controlling our children and raising a new world the way we want it to be, not by somebody else's control, right?
And your own banking. Get out of the freaking monetary banking system, because that's what's rotted us. That's what's rotted humanity. All of the things that Kyle said and above, and it's all, like I said, it's all been infiltrated. And Kyle, one of the Q drops 4284 talks about infiltration, not invasion, for future events. I'm just throwing it out there. You can flash it on the screen, just show it. I know there's a link in it, but we talked about this infiltration stuff. And Jen, you're right, smack dab. We're all smack dab in the middle of it. Doesn't matter what industry you're in. You're a nurse. The hospital system, the medical system has been infiltrated. Our governments, our schools, our banks. The banks have been in control for over a century now, and that more and more people now are getting away from breaking away from them. There's certain things that you can do to do that, which we'll discuss in the future. Anything you can do to get away from government control and any kind of infiltrated government-controlled organizations, the better your life will be. And Kyle, you couldn't have said it better. I mean, like self-schooling your children, like private healthcare for Jen and like Matthew's mother. I've been trying to push Matthew's mother into that for quite a long time. I mean, get into the health food products, like all the doctors and all the pharmacists. It's all pill pushing. It's all pharmaceuticals. Thank God Trump just came out and reduced all the cost, or like the cost of drugs. That's going to save people money, but will it stop people from taking and popping all those fucking pills? I don't know. Let's see what happens. But I think for some people, they're too far gone right now in the system anyway. So what we need to do is we need to be ready for the new ones coming in and the younger generation, and help them, guide them to what Kyle was just saying, like go in a new direction. And that's what Trump is fighting for. Trump and his administration, all this time in the military, white hats in the background, have been trying to eliminate all this infiltration of all the systems globally around the world. And it's sickening when you find out how far back it goes and how deep down it goes. And how far, what did Trump say, Kyle? How wide it goes? I mean, I think there was a video where he said, you're not going to believe how wide this, or whatever it was, when it comes to the deep state. But yeah.
Thanks for adding that too, and thanks for all the comments, guys. See those in there. It's kind of too much going on for me to bring some of those up, but and I can, things are like escaping my mind so fast as like we're covering them, but I'll just try to stay on some of these things. Man, what was I gonna say? But this is kind of should also show people the way here. Like so many people wanted like the savior concept to come in. When's the military? When's the RVs? Like we have to change these systems ourselves and like lay the groundwork. And it makes it that much more special, but it's also done correctly. And so it should be obvious that people like, to not expect something to happen overnight. Like this is more likely to be how it's going to play out. And we're going to just keep laying the groundwork. Like, the grassroots movement is connecting other people and spreading the word. And you were saying that's what it was about, people not waking up. And but honestly, this 100th monkey effect thing, where as more people wake up, other people are waking up even faster now. Other people are understanding more quickly. They're kind of got up to speed more quickly. They're kind of tapped in, even like subconsciously, whether they understand it or not. So that is happening. And again, at the same time, some of these people have been followers. So we just keep the movement flowing. We show all the love, like we have start more, having gatherings, getting together, like, hey, we're here to help people, having these beautiful connections, and people are going to want to be part of that. And you really just, and then the people will just catch on, or they won't. But like I said, and then find the new people that are more open to this information, the younger kids, or, they're smart kids out there now. Obviously they doing a lot of brainwashing, but they got the devices, and some are waking up very quickly. And then like, just sharing your story where people can relate, it catches fire, and it's going to go faster than we'll be able to even realize, I think too, as we keep doing this, right?
Yeah, well said. And we're going to go to Jen and Michael too, because I know it's getting close to their bedtime, and they got that twinkle in their eyes. So I'm thinking, let's not hang on a little too much longer.
Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. Though appreciate it.
Yeah, we
rock all night sometimes. So thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, and you know what? We're just about ready to open up Mr. Truth Bomb. So if you guys are going to hang with us, it's going to be probably for a little while anyway. It's exciting times anyway. But I just want to get your final, not only your final words, but I think, Michael, you and I have we've talked a lot over the last year as we got to know each other. And then Jen, you're new to my process going through the Great Awakening, and as a newfound friend. What, Jen, like for the new people that are, they've never read a Q drop. They don't know what gematria is. They don't know what Gateway Pundit is. They don't know who Steve Bannon is. They don't know who Dave X22 Report is. They don't know who LTN We Know is. They don't know, like, all the primo, the juice, the real stuff that we've been trying to get through and, hitting people on the heads with for fucking 4.5 years. What would you say to them right now, Jen, knowing what you know now and what you've been through?
Sure. I would say to be open. They always say you have to show them, not tell them, right? So be open-minded, and it's okay to trust the process, and to have faith. Have faith that when you meet people that have a strong moral compass, such as myself and Michael and you and everyone else out there, we cannot be deterred or bribed or pulled in a negative way. So to just trust the process and to be open-minded, and we're here for you. So
yeah, and Jen and others like Jen who have been injured, they're the next phase of reinforcements, and they, I believe, are going to be the loudest. They're going to be heard. It's going to be quite a sight to see, because we thought we had it bad, but we weren't the ones that were physically injured by this poison. And so it's going to be it's going to be difficult, but it's going to be really good to see that everything that we've worked for all these years is going to come. It's going to come to fruition, and we're gonna get these folks healed, because we know all of the healing properties out there, from folks like Dr. Artis and Dr. McCullough, and all the frontline doctors, and other folks that have been educating people on Q, like you guys, because as much as the media wants to talk about QAnon, there is no QAnon, and this is a military operation, and God is a part of this operation.
Are you trying to set us up for the third stage of this little gathering? Because just like I Michael, like, you read my mind, because the next phase is Mr. Truth Bomb, and guess what video link I've got lined up? It's about QAnon. There is no QAnon. And you,
Right.
Kyle, do you want to like just to quicken things up because I know they want to go to bed. Pull that truth bomb up and listen to this, guys, and then we'll say our goodnights to you guys. So we'll let you go, but you got to see this, Michael. This interview just happened just a couple days ago. Like all this stuff, all these Q drops and these video clips are from this past week, folks. We're not other than Michael when he said, "Where we go, when we go." But okay, pay attention to what Mr. Truth Bomb says, and we'll talk about it. Kyle, what do you think about Mr. Truth Bomb, by the way?
Oh, I love Mr. Truth Bomb forever. I mean, I always try to get people to watch his stuff. It's some of my favorite. And I've said it, and I've actually said it more recently, Tim. I've said it a while back, but I really want to start pushing it now on Rumble. We need to get on there. We need to get on there with like, especially some of our Q proofs we've done. So it's like a goal of mine to keep doing our thing, but like help our friends push out like, hey, Mr. Truth Bomb, you check this out. Because we've done a lot of proofs that nobody's ever found. You know, we did a Q proof on March 17th, 2022, where the military literally had a tweet during our show that was a Q proof. Doing when June 24th, which would be in 30 days or I guess a month, maybe 31 days now or whatever, but a month away next month of the 24th, June 24th is the date when Q had come back after 563 days, 1,700 days from the first Q pose.
Yes,
and we found live on the show
Johnny Q and
and we found live on the show that Q post 563 was exactly 500 characters, which was a Truth Social post. Now it's 1,000 characters, but it was exactly 500 characters. And then Truth Social wasn't even a thing when that post originally happened, and just like the crazy stuff like that. So I would love to get on there.
Didn't we have one? Didn't we have one last Saturday? The Saturday before?
With the James Comey, we had the towers, and that was 8,647 days since 9/11. So,
the Twin Towers.
James Comey and John Brennan. Yeah, that was a big one, and even just the Q baby thing, kind of figuring out some of the things we had with that also. So absolutely.
Wow.
So I don't know, Michael. I was going to tell these guys you could turn off the camera if you want. That way too, you can kick back and relax and get comfortable. And
I want them to say goodnight to everybody too before.
Okay, I'm just saying if they needed to, like they could still have their audio. And then
you think they're gonna?
If they need to, we could play the video. But,
Boom, Qschqql.
I'm just letting you know. So, you ready for me to play this clip? That was about 10 minutes, Tim.
Yeah, but here, before you do that, bring up Q drop, if you don't mind. Bring up Q drop 4283. 4283 is one of the first one I gave you actually. 4283. There it is. So read this, and then we'll go to Mr. Truth Bomb because this opens up a whole new can of worms.
Okay, so 4283. This is May 19th, 2020. So again, a 5-year delta from earlier this week. 12/44/41, the timestamp. When does your enemy expend ammunition? Do you expend ammunition against a weak opponent? No. Do you expend ammunition against a non-threat? No. Critical thinking, media cluster bombs attacks versus POTUS, President of the United States. Critical thinking, media cluster bombs attacks versus Q, right? Q and U. And QAnon, which is ironic too, and simple gematria is 61. YOU is 61, simple gematria also, so that's interesting. But we are all Q, and all these attacks.
And don't forget the very first Q drop signed on the Q boards was Q drop 61, and I've got my own this thing about QAnon. I want you guys to think about this before we listen to Mr. Truth Bomb, which I totally love all the digital, and I'll never agree to disagree or whatever. I mean, we get along. But listen, the only time out of the 3.5, almost 4 years of Q drops that we got, Kyle, and we talked about this, where the Q team came out and said there's only Q and there's Anons, no QAnon. Was what date? 2020. What was the month? Remember? Was it
October 17th, I think, on that one?
Oh, it was December. I thought it was late. It was late 2020. So I want everybody to think about this before we go to, so we're reading this Q drop. We're going to go to Mr. Truth Bomb now. And I know that, Michael, you said there's no QAnon, but there was once upon a time, there was a QAnon. There it is. What's the date? Yeah, October 17th. Yeah, good memory. You got a better memory than me, brother. But the date is 2020. Now, Q started on October 28th of 2017. So what is that, Kyle? That's like almost 3 full years, right?
Yeah.
The difference?
20. Oops, happened here.
That's That's almost 3 years, right? From that Q. That's the first time Q alluded to the fact that there is no QAnon. It's only Q and only Anons, and there's no QAnon. And QAnon is used by the mainstream media to attack us, we the people. Q. Okay, remember the thing we showed earlier? Q, we are Q. Remember?
Yeah.
Since 2017, when the Q drop started, how many hashtag QAnons were in the Q drops and worldwide on all the media platforms all around the world? And how did the movement grow if there was no such thing called hashtag QAnon? So the White Hats actually did a double-edged sword and caught the mainstream media and the clowns, the clowns in America, in a trap. They were entrapped into the hashtag QAnon. It wasn't until 2020, October 17th, the 17th of the month, no less, which is Q Day for us, to tell us that, oh, by the way, there's only Q and there's only Anons, there's no QAnon. But it was too late by then because half the fucking world is awake now. And even more than that is waking up every single day. I love the plan. To me, that's the way I look at it. Like when people, you got to be careful when you say there's no such thing as QAnon. Well, yeah, there once upon a time there was. Like even the Q drops, it shows all the sign people holding up signs. QAnon, hashtag QAnon. Remember that?
Here's one. Here's one many people don't know about, where they kind of basically confirm that. It says December 12th. So there's maybe the December you're thinking of. 2018, Q post 2598. Look at that, 170 seconds later too. Here's the Santa Claus. Looks like some embroidery.
170 seconds. There's a 17 right there.
Yeah, with the hammer, and then it's got a QA right here, and then hammer, and then Santa with a hammer signed by QA. This Christmas we want justice. Q responds, confirmed. QA, QAnon, and then hammer. More to find over time. Happy hunting. But this again, that was setting the trap by allowing that to be in there. So that's one that a lot of people just don't know about that drop. So I just want to share that one.
Which to me, I think that's part of the trap. I think the establishment, the corrupt establishment,
absolutely
trapped into reporting on. They wouldn't report on Q. They would call it QAnon. But if they actually came out and said this thing called Q and actually put out some Q drops on the air, then that would have been like, they didn't want that to happen because they were reading the Q boards just like the Anons were.
Oh, of course.
Everybody was reading the same shit that we were, or you were. You were way before me, the way I understand it. So if they're reading the same shit we are, but they call it QAnon, they only did it because Q, the team, put the hashtag QAnon out there early on, fished them in like this. Let's go.
It was definitely open for a while. Yeah, we could do the hashtags. We could all like figure it out. But then this drop explains it really well. Just a real cover at the beginning of it. There is Q, 1. There are Anons, 2. There is no QAnon. Media labeling as QAnon is a method deliberate to combine, attach Q comments, theories, suggestions, statements, and actions made by 2, which would be the Anons. And I've always said too, what do you do when the media? What does the media do when they can't attack the information? They'll attack the person sharing it, right? So like that Dr. Estella we talked about, they attacked her. She's sharing truth about hydroxychloroquine. They attack her. Donald Trump mentions something that's truthful. They attack him. But this is the greatest operation here because there's nobody to attack. Who is this QAnon? It actually gives it more validity because they're like, wait a minute, who is this Q person? But they had to even totally make up a thing because if people were asking about Q, they would basically answer to me questions. So they made this thing called QAnon, which wasn't a real thing. And again, in a way to attach this so-called thing into Anons, but it says what happens when you attack, you cannot attack the information. You would attack the primary source, but since you can't, you basically, they're doing it. It's called the typecast. Do you attack a typecast through use of others? Not all Anons are authentic. They are injected. Okay. So they could make up fake stories and say this QAnon person did this, booga, booga, booga. But then that's really how the whole thing falls apart. But just asking questions like, wait, why do you believe that? Or why do they think, when people would actually ask that, oh, you know, that QAnon thing, just ask the question, what is that? Just play dumb. What does that mean? And where did that come from? Why do the people believe this? And they're like, two questions in, they're like, well, I don't really understand it. Oh, well, that's interesting. So, but that's kind of how they set that up is what you're explaining, right?
Yeah, no, well said. I just want to get that off my chest because I know there's been a battle back and forth, and really, it's irrelevant anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you want to call it QAnon or you call it whatever you want. The information's right there. I mean, you cannot deny the information is powerful, right? Now, we call ourselves Anons, autists, digital soldiers, truth warriors, whatever. I mean, there's all kinds of terminology. But my only defense to the QAnon versus Q thing was that I believe the white hats totally sucked in, fished hook, line, and sinker the mainstream media, the corrupt side of things, into this QAnon hashtag QAnon thing, which it accomplished two things. One is it made more people around the world aware of it because they were, the curiosity killed the cat, right? So like that's how I got into it. Like I'm going, what's this QAnon shit? Like, how did I find it on YouTube in 2020 when they shut down the whole fucking world on March 17th? The 17th, right. Kyle.
Yeah.
And now see the media's bashing this QAnon. I go, QAnon? Like, I never heard of that. So I start looking on YouTube and shit. I find MG Show. I find X22 Report. I find Praying Medic. I'm going, wow, I wish somebody would have showed me this shit like 20 years ago. You know what I mean? Like it happens fast.
Right, and that's called the. Oh, sorry, I stepped on you. The Streisand effect. You tell somebody not to do something. They get the fear of missing out, or like, wait, what do you mean you don't know, or you can't tell us? Like, why can't we know? So that would bring people also. Yeah,
exactly, Kyle, and that's my point because Q, the boards, or when it was on 4chan, 8chan, and then eventually Coon. It wasn't until 8Coon in 2020, October 17th, like you said that you shared on the screen, when the Q team finally said, hey, hang on a sec, guys. Got something to share with you. There's Q, there's Anons, and there's no QAnon. Oh, well, sorry about the last 3 fucking years. I mean, everybody was using hashtag QAnon. Yeah. Like even all the Anons. I mean, like they were, like it was on their fucking pages. It was on their like Twitters and hashtag this, hashtag that, right? I mean, that's how I found it. And I bet you there was like tens of millions of other people like me, Tim17, who found the same thing. So did it work to our advantage or to our disadvantage? I think both ways work to our advantage because every time they try to bash Q or QAnon, more people go, what's QAnon? And then on the other side of things, well, you're a podcaster or like you and I, Kyle, and you want to go hashtag QAnon, like put a hashtag out there, people are going to click on it and come to Qschqql. And then we're going to talk to them just like we're fucking normal guys. Like, we don't harm
just asking questions, critical thinking about stuff.
Yeah. So, I mean, to me, it's a double-edged sword, but to me, it's the sword of Michael, man. It's like,
I like that. The sword of truth. It's interesting to add the double component of that too. When they asked Trump, they would always ask that QAnon. They'd say QAnon, or even ask General Flynn specifically, but they ask about QAnon, not Q operation, which is totally different.
It was,
right?
It gave them their way out. It was their out to answer public questions.
Yeah, plausible deniability. Yes.
Yeah, deniability, plausible deniability to make things even better. So now, Michael, did you hear what I was just saying about that QAnon? It made total sense to me. I don't know.
Oh yeah. So I've never heard any so-called journalist mention Q. It's always QAnon.
Yep.
So if they say QAnon, yeah, of course Trump would say, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's why they said it. I mean, look, how long have the white hats been in control of the media? I'm sure, we get pissed off at the media, but I got to say, white hats got to be in control, and they've been in control. So they know not to ask Trump and Flynn and whoever else, about Q. They ask about QAnon, and then like Flynn said, "Oh, you mean Blue Anon?" But I've never heard a journalist refer to it as Q.
Yeah, true. Good point, Michael. It's so true, and I mean that's why I think it was set up that way. I mean, it's plausible, whatever that word is.
You got it.
for like the Flynn's and the Trumps and the all the big, the ones that are in the main public eye, and then it's still fish hooks in the media, and it's still fish hooks in guys like Tim17 and Undercover White Hat and Michael and Jen and whoever else is curious like a cat. It's like, what is this Q stuff? Anyway, they're talking about Q. So anyway, Mr. Truth Bomb coming up next, you guys. But before, I don't know what your timeline's like. If Jen and Michael, if you want to say your good nights and your goodbyes and any closing messages before we play Mr. Truth Bomb, which will be probably about 10, 12 minutes worth. And then we're going to have an open discussion about that one. But the floor is yours, you guys. And thank you. God bless you. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. We'll start off with Jen. Closing thought.
Oh, sure. So it was a pleasure being on here, and I just again want to say thank you for everyone who has been passionate about this movement from day one. And I just want you to know that your voices have not gone unheard. I understand if you've had times of frustration or feeling like things weren't moving quickly enough. Just rest assured that everything is happening in God's time. And there are so many people that are grateful for you and standing up even when you were being censored or not taken seriously, whether it be by friends, family, neighbors, employers, etc. I'm living proof that you guys are doing the right thing, and I fully support what you are going through, and I just hope to see where I play a role in all of this moving forward.
And I appreciate Tim having me on, and Kyle having us both on. Jen's got an important story, and I think together, given the fact that I wrote the book, of my travels, which can help just about anybody relate based on everything that I had written about over a 4-year period, and all this happened into Jen together. I think I think we could get both stories out, and it'll help others speak up as well. So this whole thing, this whole ordeal was meant to happen, and it hasn't been easy, but I believe it's a playbook to help everybody get through the lows and to come together so we can take down the cabal at our level like Trump is doing at his level.
Well said, you guys. Well said. Yeah, love, love, love. Thanks, Jen, and thanks, Michael, for everything. Michael, for everything you've done, and Jen, for everything you're about to do to help us in this Great Awakening movement. Hence the where we go one, we go all, and we're in it together. No one is above the other. I mean, the journey it's been wild so far. Jen, I know that you have been kind of not that, and this isn't a division tactic. I mean, they love division. I'm not division. I'm unity. But you have been kind of outside of what we've all been going through. And Michael, I'm sure, has made you like fully aware of all the, woof. I mean, it's been crazy. What a wild ride. Especially in the last year and a half has been just psycho compared to earlier. But I mean, it's almost like the freaking crypto or the stock market going up and down every day. You don't know what's coming or going, right? But it's gonna level off, and people are starting to, like I said earlier when we were talking before we came on live here, we were on the Sean's channel. This, to me, what I'm seeing at Kyle, I think you can agree, and Michael, you can agree too, that the big ship. The ship is the Great Awakening. Okay, let's call the ship the Great Awakening, and it's a huge ship. It's the biggest ship in the whole world, and it like if it was a speedboat, it would zip turn like on a dime, right? You could turn 90 degrees like that. But this is like the Great Awakening ship, and it needs time to make the turn. Like it's turning for the good, like coming out of this over to there. You know what I mean? So that we're on the ship. It's a big motherfucking ship. And it's all about truth. It's a bunch of patriots having a good old time, getting to know each other, loving each other, building their relationships for forever, ever and ever, amen. And we're bringing more people. We got lots of room on the ship. That's why we made it so big. It's bigger than the Ark. Okay, you take the Ark like times times 17, right, Kyle? Times 17, buddy. And everybody's welcome aboard. And we got great music, great tunes, great cue drops, great everything, great gematria. We got it all. We got all the breaking news. So come and join the Great Awakening ship as it's turning. That means turning towards the good, and as more and more people wake up. But thank you so much, Jen, for sharing your freaking story. And I'm so glad that you got through what you got through. I mean, whew.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, dear. Thank you for joining us. Michael, love you, buddy. Love, love,
Love
love.
you too.
What's
Love, guys.
What's that
Take
famous
care.
thing? What's that one thing that you're famous for?
Oh, where we go one, we go all.
You can't do it any louder, or like you got kids.
So check this out. We're renting the basement from some folks. If I were to yell, they'd be coming down wondering what the hell is going on.
I'm a travel nurse, and I got this place just for 3 months, and then Mike came into my life, so I had to extend it. So this was a temporary 3-month place. So we'll be moving out, but
Hey, check this out. Check this out. How we always back each other up, Tim. We've done some fun stuff like this before. I got my window wide open. I'm actually in this kind of temporarily staying somewhere right now too. It's kind of like military housing too. There's a lot of military around here, and they're all kind of close. So I'll just be like, "Where we go one, we go all."
Nice. Nice.
You're in very kind of like. Is that why they call you White Hat, brother? I'm just saying.
Got him.
Okay, it's time for Mr. Truth Bomb. God bless the two of you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Jan. Love, love, love. We'll see you on the next one. Anytime. You're welcome, guys.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. Take care.
Anybody still with us? Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the comments. Make sure you do some likes. We're gonna keep going, but let's take a little intermission. I'll put the full screen on the Mr. Truth
Vinny's
Bomb.
in the house. We got Vinny in the house in the
Yeah, I
chat.
see that. If Vinny, if you want, we can, I'll send you a link if you want to pop in here. But we're gonna play some Truth Bomb for about 10, 12 minutes for a little intermission here.
Yeah, it goes with that last cue drop you read, brother. Let's do it. Perfect. I'll see you on the flip side.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm gonna mute myself up. Let's make this full screen.
Legitimate operation to the viewers in the series, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, definitely, man. And this is a great clip to play too, because we've seen, especially recently in the movement over the last few months, certainly since Trump took office again, we've seen a brand new wave of attacks against Q and folks who focus on Q proofs and the decodes, and who continue to push the Q message and draw it to current events back to Q drops. When in fact, that's something Q told us to do all along, was to archive everything and show the proofs and don't let their hypocrisy stand. And another thing Q made very well known was there is Q, there are Anons, there is no QAnon. If you notice, a lot of the folks that are coming against Q lately in the movement, they're strictly referring to it as QAnon. And that should be red flag number one for folks out there. So there's like a little find your shill 101 lesson for the evening. If they're rolling around calling it QAnon, probably not on our side. Let's go ahead and take a look at this clip from There Is No QAnon, Q the series. Enjoy, friends.
You guys know what this represents?
Well, I remember just the calm before the storm.
What's the storm?
Could be the calm before the storm.
What storm is
We
the
have the
president?
world's great military people in this room, I will tell you that. And we're going to have a great evening. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
What if everything you knew about the world was wrong? Because the good guys were really the bad guys, and the bad guys were way worse than you ever imagined. By the end of this episode, you will know that President Trump is involved in working with military patriots to bypass the media in a covert battle with the deep state. Ladies and gentlemen, the storm is upon us. Enjoy the show.
I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice, tumbling down the rabbit hole.
Welcome back for another Truth Bomb. In this episode, we are going to first look at the mainstream media's reaction to Q. Then we will look at the culture of 4chan. And finally, why so many people believe that Q is real, when we review 50 Q proofs in part 2. Like many others, I have followed Q from the very start, and I can tell you that Q is indeed a white hat military intelligence operation, making the greatest drop of insider information to the public ever released, in order to prepare people for the storm.
Mr. President, what did you mean by calm before the storm yesterday? What did you mean by that?
Thank you very much. You'll find out.
We'll find out.
Thank you. We'll see.
I got you.
Thank you, everybody.
Q has explained that this is an 8-year plan to counter the deep state sinister 16-year plan of Obama and Hillary Clinton. If you watch this full episode, you will understand why millions of people all around the world are following Q. The good guy plan referred to by Q has most likely been in play for longer than we know, but the Q operation on the Chans began the end of October 2017, which means we are now in the final year of this Q plan and are about to witness huge historic events. Oh, by the way, there is no QAnon. There is Q and the Anons. QAnon is a mainstream media created term used to describe and discredit the movement. And with that, let us begin.
This This next segment is brought to you by the letter Q, specifically QAnon.
QAnon. QAnon. QAnon. QAnon.
QAnon.
QAnon.
QAnon. QAnon. QAnon. QAnon. QAnon. QAnon. What is QAnon?
People who believe in the QAnon conspiracy theory.
Are so broad and
It is
often
also
bizarre.
shockingly widespread.
It's like an alternative reality game.
How would you go about explaining it?
QAnon is the Harry Potter of conspiracy theories.
And the QAnon conspiracy movement.
Q, the QAnon movement.
It was started in 2017 by an anonymous poster claiming to have classified information about a secret plot by the so-called deep state against President Trump and his supporters.
Digital soldiers.
Pro-Trump conspiracy cult.
Extreme right-wing conspiracy theory.
In the history of 60 Minutes, I'm not sure we've ever reported a story that for the most part is pure fantasy. But that's how to best sum up QAnon, an ever-shifting mega conspiracy theory that's bizarre and nonsensical. As wacky as it is, though, millions of people appear to be caught up in the internet-based cult.
These fringe theories ricocheting off the shadowy corners of the internet are now starting to see the light of day.
And that means there are dangerous, real-world consequences that demand the rest of us stop scratching our heads in disbelief and start to take serious notice of QAnon.
A bizarre conspiracy theory has taken root firmly on the fringes of the American right.
Where we go one,
We go wrong.
where we go one,
We go wrong.
These people are taking an oath to QAnon, a mishmash of conspiracy theories which holds Donald Trump as the savior of the world.
The main driver of info insanity is something called QAnon, which is where stories like these originate or are amplified.
They are activating like-minded people who otherwise may be sitting on the sidelines.
It's spreading and is growing, Mika, because if you've never heard of QAnon, you're actually not alone. Because at one level, it's a wide-ranging, radical conspiracy theory about an evil group of deep state operators and child predators, all secretly at war with President Trump.
QAnon conspiracy theories are spreading overseas.
I mean, who believes that there's an actual Q inside the government?
There's really no reliable poll about the size of the QAnon community. There's some analysis which shows that there is a presence of QAnon in 71 countries.
Is Q Trump himself?
Trump retweeted QAnon dozens of times. Prominent QAnon accounts.
The letter Q may be one of the least used letters in the English language. But for followers of QAnon or Q anonymous theory, it's a doorway into something called the deep state, a baseless idea that claims a secret, powerful network is working to promote its own hidden evil agenda, and that Donald Trump is doing all he can to stop them.
The letter Q might be one of
I've had my mic off the whole time. Oh, that's terrible. I'd at least been funny for a little bit. So I was like, oh man, what a bummer. I thought I was entertaining you guys there, and y'all just staring at some ding dong, not saying anything. My bad. I was trying to get Tim. He went rogue on us. He went MIA. So I sent a link to him. Vinny, you still out there? Vinny, you want to come in here? I don't know. I kind of want to just like maybe wrap it up. It's been 3 hours, so we'll see. We'll let Tim see what happens with Tim here for a minute. At least y'all can hear me. So test, hanging out with me now. All right, we can do key posts. Maybe now that I sent the link to Tim, he's either going to show or not show. Can't believe I was reading these things and I guess you couldn't hear me hollering at the cat then at least, but he's back now, so that's the situation. All right. Here we go. Oh, we did that one. How about that though? This is from May 23rd, 2019, 2211. That's 1122 is the JFK assassination attempt. But you'll add 1136, get 46. Also, 144 seconds later. Q, I always say too when it's the anon here. So this is an anon when you see anonymous. When Q is the leading letter, I'm quite certain this is Q pretending to be anon. This is Q as anon, not QAnon. And this is some really deep stuff here. So Q, what about the Comey report? So Q saying, asking us, what about Comey report? So we should be paying attention to that. Moves and counter moves. Misdirection sometimes creates one person to turn on another publicly. And then C in the kill bracket was kind of relates to C before D. We've tried to decode that for a long time. What does that all mean? So maybe it's Comey being exposed. And then next after that is D class. Okay, that's been a common theme. So coming soon. And then Q just signs it Q there. So again, moves and counter moves, using bait, okay, trying to draw people out to expose themselves. Talk about this a lot. So service to others, which would be us, the light workers, service to others versus service to self. So these people will totally turn on each other and eat each other as they try to, save their own hide, so to speak. Let me add myself in here, I guess. Save their own hide in here while they're, again, trying to save their own skin here. Oh, did Tim finally pop in here? Why doesn't it beep when it lets you back in there? I don't know why it doesn't do that anymore. What's going on, brother?
Hey, brother, I'm back in black. Hit the sack.
Back in black. I like that hat.
Yeah,
I like that hat.
I mean, we're toasting Matthew Q's computer, man. I don't know what it is. This restream thing that we're doing, I've never seen this before. Like what happened last week? I mean, it shut down twice on me. It just shut down again. So is it sucking up like 17,000 gigabytes of like?
I don't know. It's weird because it's like it shouldn't really be much on your end, I don't think, because it's like streaming. I thought it'd be from like my side. I don't know how that works. So
maybe his computer Saturday nights is doing these updates in the background.
There's been a lot of device stuff has been really weird lately. I don't know if there's been solar flares. Like we've had trouble even on the other recordings. The StreamYard would go down. There's been outages on Instagram. Other people are having just trouble with their phones. Seems like a lot of people too have like full data and stuff. So there's something with that just kind of happening anyways. So there's stuff going on for sure.
Yeah, I'm feeling it, man. I don't know. Maybe we're being hacked over here. Who knows? I mean, come on, white hats, get my back. You got my back. Yeah. You got my back for fucking 5 years. Let's go. Keep it going. Did you get hold of Vinny? Is Vinny coming into the house or what?
Let's see. Hey, if he talks through Rumble,
I saw him on Rumble. Where we go?
Right, he might have hopped out. I don't know. And then I don't know. I guess we plan on rocking, but it's, we're 3 hours in, so we want to do some Q posts, but maybe wrap it up here in a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm good. If you want to wrap it up, I'm good. I mean, we on my notes we still.
Well, let's do a few more. I can do a few more Q posts for sure. So I was doing some when you weren't back here, and it was I was blue micing it. And I didn't have anybody to tell me I was blue micing.
Which ones did you do? Like I can cross them off.
I did 3344, which we kind of did already. I did 3346.
Okay.
So enjoy the show. Which is interesting because there's that one post that says all these movies playing at the same time. So this one's 45, who's 47 now. The tarmac situation. Let's not get into the details of that, but the tarmac event where Bill Clinton's playing and he met with Loretta Lynch. It was essentially promising her the job of the next Supreme Court justice if she dropped charges against Hillary Clinton. There I go, explaining it. Said we were going to avoid it.
Well, See, there's a method to my madness. The reason I picked these couple of Q drops because I know it would lead into like further conversations or possible new, other Q drops. Because I know you love these topics. I mean, this is painting the picture, right? So that's kind of why I plucked these ones out for you, brother.
And I just love it too, because I was even the few times I've been wanting to have like videos or images together before the show, which we'll have that next time. But any time of day, like I just forget. Like if we just go right into the Q post, everything will go off of that. Like we can expand off of that because it'll make things connect. So it's like if we don't have any plans.
You know what we can test next? Okay, next for those of you watching us live, witnessing this, we're going to do this next Saturday. You know what? We're not going to have a plan. Like I'll have a backup plan. Let's say I'll have a backup plan. I'll have my notes like I did today. But let's just we'll ask the audience for pick a number between 1 and what's the last Q drop? 4,000. How many Q drops?
4,966, I think.
Okay, so one person has to pick a Q drop out of all of those numbers, just one. We'll go to that Q drop, and we will build a 3-hour show on that one Q drop. Trust me.
Okay, all right.
Well, because one leads to another, to another, right?
Yeah, definitely. That sounds.
How many times have we done that, Kyle? I mean, we tried like over the years when we did our Qschqqls live, I'd have like, okay, we're going to do the deltas and we're going to do this, and you get into the first 1 or 2 Q drops, and then it went everywhere else.
We diverted off. We diverted off those, the deltas.
But it was exciting. It was exciting because it led us that way. Explain how it leads us, how Q leads us.
There's this quantum connection with it. There's this it's designed by a higher intelligence, and I say it's the modern day emerald tablets, literally in a different form. So it connects us too as a collective. As we read the drops, we get different downloads, and then we start connecting to each other, but then quantumly. So, and I really feel like, especially when we do it as groups. So one thing that I loved was we kind of randomly did it one day on a Qschqql, is you had a couple of people, what's your favorite Q drop, or what's your pick a number, what's your favorite number? You got 2 or 3 of them, but then you also asked someone like, what's something you want us to search, like a term. So we did like a kind of a variation. We did like a couple of numbers and terms just randomly picked by people, and it just like weaved so perfectly in. It was just crazy, and like it connected to everything we were talking about. That's when I was like, wow, there's something to this, to doing the information. And I think too, as we get people more excited too and doing the mainstream, and this is why I want to especially incorporating like AI that can like troll all the news things that's happening. First off, an AI that reads all the Q drops and then kind of sees what the keywords are, and then like trolls news articles that are like have words in common to almost like unlock it. Like, oh, here's this news article, it's relevant, and then we can tie it to a Q drop, and it'll be boom, another Q proof happening. And because the Q proofs happen every single day, guys, brand new proofs every single day. Like they're the Q proof or Q post.
I got a good Q proof. I got a good Q proof for you live right now. Look in the chat, the last comment. Okay, we just played Truth Bomb, Mr. Truth Bomb, and then before that we read the Q drop, how the Q movement and Trump has been attacked so much. Read that last. I'm not reading it out loud because I mean this is what I think of.
Oh, I posted up here. So like the infiltration.
Well,
comment?
sure. If you want to throw it out, just so you know, this is how the attacks keep coming in. And all we do is we laugh. We laugh at them. Welcome to Rumble. Welcome to
let's bring it up here. Yeah.
Ahead,
it never stops. It never ceases to fail.
Never stops. It's a good lesson to people. I hope this shill sticks around. Go ahead, shill. Like, give us your best. Go ahead, give us your best, and let's see how this plays out. Because
I love it. I love it when it's all it does is bring people into truth and love and push it. Like, oh, it's evil. You're gonna find out. Or here's a good one too. Operation Warp Speed. Trump endorsed the vaccine. There's multi passes for that one. By the time he endorsed the vaccine, it was long. Everyone had already long decided what they're doing. Operation Warp Speed isn't about the vaccine. It was the military operation that was playing out behind the scenes while the COVID stuff was the distraction. But also on a deeper level, Trump sort of took the sacrifice in this situation because actually teaching us to think for ourselves. Just like Q taught us to ask questions, question everything. Q would make certain posts too that makes people have to question Q because people have this tendency to want to savior complex or like, ordain or whatever, like, oh, the Q says this or whatever. So in my opinion, it's called decoupling the brain by Trump supposedly, supporting the vaccine, although he did call hydroxychloroquine a vaccine also, if you're paying attention, right? And he talked about hydroxychloroquine, he talked to ivermectin, all these other different treatment protocols. And he also allowed people on the stage like Dr. Fauci, who's the one that actually pushed for that we shut everything down. It wasn't actually Trump. He let the people in charge do what they do to be exposed by all this. But most importantly, to help wake up your friends and family that they say, oh, you just think Trump's untouchable and he'll just do whatever he says. I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? He says we should get a vaccine, and I'm strongly against that. So what are you talking about? And that immediately makes them have to break the mind control with that. And then let's say even like what's cool about the QAG board is you can look up different tweets. So we'll bring up Donald Trump tweets here real quick. Let me make sure I share my screen.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot to mention that earlier because we do it every show. We and for those who are new, there's a couple of sources we go to for the Q drops. So you got what QAG.news, right? QAGG.news. Show everybody, Kyle, how to get to the Q drops.
So this one is QAGG.news. That's the main one. I use they're more user friendly ones is like Q Alerts. So I go to qalerts.net. They also have, I think it's like an app. I think it might be them as the app. And then there's the other one, QAnon.pub. I don't really like that one so much, but I mean, it's there. It's always good to have multiple options. QAnon.pub. I really liked QPost.online, but they're gone. So they're the main ones here. So I'm just going to show
this. Have you tested it in a while? Have you tried it in a while?
I haven't in a while. So, but with
I
didn't
see if it comes up. See if it comes up.
Which one?
The QPost.online. I wonder.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd be surprised if it comes out of nowhere, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, maybe they took a time out, or maybe they were just kiboshed or whatever. I mean,
yeah, it's not up right now. So, okay, so let me go back to this. So check this out, though, for anybody, again, with the vaccine things that some of the time, I'm going to search autism, and I brought up Trump's tweets also. Look at it, 48. That's an interesting number, 48 tweets about autism. No Q post with autism. And then here's the first one right here. A study says autism is out of control. A 70% increase in 10 years. Stop giving monstrous combined vaccinations. It's his very first tweet about autism back in 2012, March 30th.
Ooh, you should have brought this up earlier when Jen was with us.
Yeah. Well, we can always do it again next time. We're doing it now.
Well, they can go back to the recording too after the lovey-dovey session.
Right. So this is 49. There was April 9th is 49 in that regard. And then it was 48 tweets about autism. Now they say obese woman may cause autism in children. Nonsense. They use any excuse. The FDA should immediately, and then it gets continued. So that was probably a two-part, or maybe they shared a link. I'm not sure what happened there. I've gotten many letters from people fighting autism, thanking me for stating how dangerous 38 vaccines on a schedule or whatever. I don't know why it says continued on these. And then another one, many people are thanking me for what I said about autism and vaccinations. Something must be done immediately. This is all still 2012, guys. Donald Trump, for anybody that thinks he pushed the vaccine, all this is total nonsense. Also, let's say the donation to Gavi or whatever through the government, Gavi being the Bill Gates' corporation or one of these, is now that actually ties them to the government, which is watching over, the military is watching over that. So if they have any step out of bounds, now let's say Doge or any of these can track all their expending, everything, to make a small donation, to have a tie to be able to potentially catch these people in criminal activities is beyond a reason to do that. Right, here's a really good one. This is August 23rd, 2012. So these are already spaced out over months. Again, some people, you'll say something and it goes away, but he's bringing this back up multiple times. Massive combined inoculations to small children is the cause for big increase in autism. Boom, right there. Donald Trump said that in his personal platform with millions and millions of followers. Back in 2012. Massive combined inoculations to small children is the cause for big increase in autism. And now that's being proven with RFK. They're studying all these different kids. They've checked out infection rates. Autism, and this is something RFK is doing specifically. They've checked out autism rates, and it's down to 1 in like 20 in children. In California specifically, it's even lower, especially boys. It's like 1 in 16. California's got some of the highest vaccination qualifications, or like strictest vaccination rules for school and everything else in California. What the other doctor, I'm spacing his name, he talked about they can't find a single kid from Amish kid with autism. So this stuff's being really exposed in real time for us. So yeah, it's pretty simple to follow all that. So he has all these. Look for what happened to the autism rate from 1983, and that's probably right around the time the Vaccine Injury Act was signed. Right there, I think it was 86, but same difference. 2008, since one time massive shots were given to children. So plenty of examples of that. Anyways, this is how we just expose all these shills that try all the same shit over and over, and they.
Okay, this is perfect timing. Okay, we're doing a live lesson for everybody that's paying attention. Hopefully, the shill's still with us. Okay, I want you to bring up, go to the Rumble board, he just posted again. Go down third one down. Go to the third one down. Why did Trump say he has never asked God to forgive him? That one. Bring that up on the screen on the bottom. And then go to Q drop. Go to Q drop. By the way, there's 24 Q drops when you type in shill. And go, please.
24?
Yeah, but 2142. Bring up 2142, and let's read it for our friendly little friend Shill, our little clowns in America, whoever he or she may be. Yeah, Shadell. You're watching, you're listening.
Hey, 17's first one too.
Something, man. Like, it's time for you to turn sides. You're on the wrong side of history.
They're paid, bro. They're paid to be that adamant about it. They paid.
Well, I know they're paid. But, let's have some fun here. Let's show everybody the audience.
Need to get a mod next time. So what you want me to show?
2142. Go to 2142. So, because this apparent shill is saying, why did Trump say he has never asked God to forgive him? I don't bring God into that, he said. I just don't. But why? Why does he not?
It's always that. They claim Christianity, but then they don't. You know what I mean?
Show the picture first. Show the picture. Let's see. There it is. God wins. Okay.
Okay, and then so that's interesting because this is anonymous, but they're signing it like a Q post. Ooh, there's 1757 in there. I'm 157. That's interesting. That's a perfect proof, guys. Request heard, delivered, no coincidences. Thanks for doing that Q. Really odd how they made that. That's really interesting. Another anonymous post. Anyone that complained about a 10-second delta would have complained about a 10 millisecond delta. Obvious answer was lag. Thank you. Where we go one, we go all. And then Q says, we thank you. This is a really interesting one. Shills, only shill, Patriots win. Q.
There you go. So welcome aboard. What's his name again? Yes.
I don't know. Who cares?
Yeah, anyway, he's filling the board anyway. Is there anybody how many people are on Rumble right now anyway? Is he the only one?
I can't tell because I feel like Melzy could see it, or maybe if we went into Rumble, we'd see it. But there's anyways, let's do a few more posts. And
maybe it's just you, me, and Yashadel tonight.
It might be now. Yeah, we just see in the
Yashadel, do you want to put together 23 aka paying Q drops with the word shill in it? I mean, I'm all for it.
Where'd you get that number? You must have went to Q Alerts, because I had a different number on mine.
I'm on Q Alerts. Yeah, I do Q Alerts.
What do I do?
There's Vinny. Oh, I love Vinny. Vinny, you got to get your ass in here. Shill's only shill. You're right. Okay, Vinny, you need the link to get your ass in here. Say hello to the gang. It's been a while. I miss you, man. I miss you terribly.
What's he saying that he's in there still? So, am I sharing?
Well, he's in the Rumble chat. I see him. Yeah, he's posting.
You must have. You put yours with the S, huh? Because I got 34 posts with shill, and then on QAG it was like 31. 34 though. Q Claims Patriot.
Shills. Yeah, I typed in.
Yes, you did it with the S. Okay, so let me go back to QAG. So QAG, I'm still on this tab, and we'll do.
Hey, Vinny, we're gonna get you a link. How do we get Vinny the link to get?
Does he want to come in? He wants to come in.
Just send him a link, and then he can click the button, or he can go to bed. I mean, it's up to him, right, Vinny?
Tip at the top of the hat.
I know. Send it. He says, send it.
Warning. I'm gonna send it to your Telegram. Okay, my guy. I think that's best.
Shidell, give it up, brother. You're too far gone. You're too far gone, brother. Love, man. We send you love. Don't worry about it. Prayers and love. It's okay. It's all good. The ship's already made the turn. There's no turning back.
No turning back. There's no turning back.
Well, you can be on the right side of history or the wrong side. It's your choice, man. The time has come.
That's true. Okay, so here's some shill ones. It's still Cubo 17.
Yeah, you need a couple of those. I mean, it's good. It's a good learning lesson for those who maybe they're afraid to speak out about Q. But you know what? When you got the kahunas, when you already read enough and you know enough and you've seen enough, don't worry about it. Just keep reading Q drops because
don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. The truth never lies. I mean, the truth always, the cream will rise to the top, and shit sinks. So we'll see.
Yeah.
See what is.
Let me see if Vinny got that. Vinny, if you're still listening, I sent it to your Telegram. So if you get a chance, hop over there. Okay, here's the one. This one's a little bit different shill concept. This is more like, okay, welcome to the mainstream. We knew that this is Q Post 1796, by the way, August 2nd, 2018. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the timestamp. That stuff always catches my attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, welcome to the mainstream. We knew this day would come. Glimpse, what to expect. POTUS's Twitter comments. Liberal Democrats, fake news worldwide. Fake MAGA supporters. Bandwagon shills. Okay, this is right here, the bandwagon. They'll drop in this movement, say this or that.
So here's the question before we go further. This Yashida that keeps posting in the normal chat, is he a bandwagon or a paid? Let's figure this out.
Paid at this point for sure. I mean,
bandwagon
would be ask him, who pays you? Are you working for Israel?
Average individual, and they know. Be warned. Oh, now we're being threatened. Okay, this is perfect. Keep reading these. Keep reading these. Let's drive this bananas, man. Vinny, you got to get your ass in here, man.
Look at this. It's a know-it-all. He's a know-it-all, too. I know it all. They know I know. Yeah, they don't want me to tell you. They don't want me to warn you how bad it is. So, paid chills.
I'm so fucking scared.
Media matters, intel infiltration, negative dissemination, mainstream media infiltration, negative dissemination, Twitter bot attacks. Here's a big one too. All these, there's so much fake profiles, fake accounts. People don't know there. You're getting in arguments with people that most likely aren't even real too. So always keep that in mind. Don't waste your time and energy. That's kind of what they want you to do. They want you to get started.
Yeah, see, this is where I'm getting sucked in. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, nothing makes them more upset than realizing that they're totally irrelevant. Honestly, like that's the worst thing that you could do to them is to just totally ignore them. They hate it more than anything. You know what I mean? So Twitter bot attacks. Twitter controls direct and fake accounts. FBI. That was weird. I said that. Facebook, Twitter, etc. create massive.
It's Matthew Q's hat. Thanks, Linda. Keep going, buddy.
It is. I love that hat. Yeah. Facebook,
that's
Twitter.
Matthew. That's Matthew's summer hat.
Yeah. So Facebook is interesting. I said FBI on accident. Facebook, Twitter, etc. create massive amounts of fake user accounts for SP. I'm not sure what that is. Fake user growth percent divided by bot use, etc. Any guesses, guys, on the out there in Rumble? What SP might be there? That's interesting. All activated past 24 hours, and that's those wave of attacks as well. You'll see. And I never understood what that meant for a while when Q was saying, coordinated wave of attack. What did that mean? And then my understanding now, seeing it, especially because I never decided to block trolls or shills. I actually just kept watching them. And what would happen then is now a new person would come on that I was questioning, and they would start sharing the same thing that this old person that I knew was a shill. And I'm like, they're coordinating. And then it finally clicked is the coordinated wave of attacks is when something happens, they're going to use as much assets as they need to shift the narrative. Once people stop talking about it, they pull back, but then they'll keep bringing people out, but they want to keep them hidden for as long as they can. These are these infiltrators in our movement. And that's what Q said by saying expending ammunition or calling out shills. And they reacted predictably is it brought people out of the woodwork, and they do these coordinated wave of attacks where they're going to keep pushing stuff until people get off that narrative, but they'll keep expending more assets until exposing some of these other guys that have been stayed hidden to
So
get people.
should we test it? Because we've been warned again. I just looked at the last post. We've been warned again. Should we keep it?
I don't know. This is the dumbest shit. If we had next time, we could make a moderator in our chats and stuff too, especially that are hanging out too. So, anyways,
But for those who are on Rumble right now, I'm not sure about Telegram and the other. Like, can people who are watching us live right now, can they see that comment section on the Reddit? I'm not sure.
If they're on Rumble, they'd see it. If they're on Rumble, but
only on Rumble, but the other channels, they don't know what we're talking about.
We can overlay it on there, but I guess I mean, we could do this. We can do
just
this
so
right
everybody knows. We got a real friendly shill in the channel right now on Rumble, and there you go. Yeah, you can if you want to have some laughs and giggles and see how they operate. Like, yeah, that's you should do that, Kyle, because this is a lesson learned. And keep reading those few drops about shills.
Yeah,
I mean, he's doing the show for us right now. I mean, I was ready to go to bed. I don't know about you, but I could stay up for another hour or two. I still want to stay up. Let's go.
Let's see what this looks like.
There's enough few drops that we can just keep reading them.
Yeah. So, all right, let me go back here. So back to the drop. The rest of the drop here. All activated past 24 hours. Full attack mode, brute force. False, violent narrative push. Ask yourself why. Enjoy the show, Q. And then we know when you get grounded in the truth and stuff, you just ask these questions like 4,966 Q posts. Not a single one calls for violence. That's a pretty good indication right there. Again, if you look at the people that are truly in the movement, we became diggers. We became more spiritually connected. We became have a stronger faith.
Brothers and sisters.
Thinkers. And yeah, that's a good one too. Brothers. We are mothers, daughters. Let me do that one.
Brothers and sisters. Yeah. For life. I mean,
for life. Well said.
Yeah, like once you're locked, you're never unlocked. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you feel it, you can't unfeel it. I've always said that. I mean, everybody that we've met on our journey, Kyle, they're going to be with us for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. Oh, this is right here. I'm gonna do this other one, but look at this. I just did brothers, but right here, Twitter, real Donald Trump. Trolling is fun. Panic is good. Panic increases the rat population. Paid shill brothers, majority of time on top of POTUS's Twitter feed. How is that mathematically possible given volume? Coordination between shills and Twitter. At Jack, he or she who laughs last, laughs loudest. Nobody is safe. Q.
Perfect. How'd you find that one? Just typing
I was
in
doing brothers because I want to read this one right here. This is the movement. This is what it's all about. The Q movement, not QAnon, is the Q movement, and we get it on this post is on November 6th. So that's a 17 right there. November 6th, 2018, 03:44:13 on a timestamp. The entire world is watching. Patriots from around the world are praying for America. We are all bound by a feeling deep inside, a feeling that cannot be publicly expressed for fear of ridicule, a feeling that challenges the mainstream, the narrative, against that which we are told to accept and dare not question. Put simply, that people are being abused by those in power and time is running out. Remember the battles of Lexington and Concord. Give me liberty or give me death. Okay, this was the early beginning of the American Revolution. Our founding fathers. For far too long, we have been silent and allowed our bands of strength that we once formed to defend freedom and liberty to deteriorate. We became divided. We became weak. We elected traitors to govern us. We allowed evil to prey on us. Those who claimed to represent us gave us false hope, made false promises. The evil and corruption only grew. This is more than party politics. This is about restoring old glory. This is about saving our land and our people from those who wish us harm. This is about preserving our republic. This is about preserving our safety. This is about restoring our strength. This is about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is about protecting our children.
Hoo-ah!
This is about saving America, which is the rest of the world too. The last vestige of freedom. If America falls, the world falls, right? Exactly. We are all God's children. We are fathers. We are mothers. We are daughters. We are sons. We are brothers. We are sisters. We do not look at race. We do not look at skin color. We are united in these states of America. We are and will always be patriots. We must rise again. We must unite again. We must fight again. For God and country, please answer the call and vote. Get involved. Make sure your vote matters. But just in general, use your voice. God bless America. Where we go one,
we go all.
Amen, brother. Q. And if you think that message is something bad about that, then you're in the wrong ballpark. That's all I'm going to say about that. It's nothing couldn't be more obvious. Clear as day, right, brother?
Well said, brother. Yeah, well said. And yeah, I mean, this is what I love about this whole thing that we're doing. This movement is, you know, any given day that we're and unfortunately we're only 1 day a week now. We used to be 7. Remember the days, the glory days, 7 days, 5 days, 6, 7 days, minimum 5. Sometimes 7 days a week we would go hard, right? We would do our normal Qschqql lives, 2.5 hour shows, Monday through Friday, 7:17 Eastern Standard Time. And then Kyle, we had this idea. Kyle said, why don't we do some like major digging? Like we'll do the Snowden, the 9/11 and Titanic and all like just like these kind of theme kind of digs, you know, for Qschqql. We did that. We did that for a couple of years. And then it got, oh man, it was like so much. And then now we're down to 1 night a week. And it's funny because even after you take time off and you come back, Kyle, I've noticed we've taken like, I took fucking 4 months off, man. I mean, I was just streaming on our channel. Like
I know.
whatever.
I'm glad you did. I know you
Yeah,
needed it.
I take 4 months off, and you took a little time off. We come back and we reload. Like this is our 3rd week, our 3rd Saturday now, and it's like we never left. And
Right.
it's like
Ride a
these
bike.
These Q drops, whether you guys want to believe it or not, when you read them, if you know whether you hopefully you pre-read them, if you read them before, like Kyle and I have many times over, like every time you do a show or you get together or you watch the news, it unlocks many Q drops. I mean, you can have a conversation about shills, and look what we just taught you. I mean, a shill jumps in the channel, we bring up the shill 24 Q drops. Take your pick, read them, learn. That's what it is. It just blows my mind, Kyle. We're always learning. It never ends. It never stops. But I feel so much better. I feel so much better today than I did 4.5, 5 years ago. Let me tell you that. I feel a lot stronger, a lot more confident, and all the good things that we're supposed to feel.
True that. Yeah. Thanks for the comments, guys. For whatever reason, the emojis, we can't put them up on the screen. It gets all kind of weird, but thank you guys. Thank you, Jedi, again. Linda's been in here all night. D Butler, hopefully you got your sound back on. So maybe you just got to unmute or just sometimes hop out, hop back in. Who else? Luana. I wonder if that's we had a Luana way back in the day in Qschqql. Either way, thanks for coming out tonight.
Oh, that'd be cool.
All you guys making comments, appreciate you. Maybe let's do one more post, and if you got a video, maybe we'll head out and then we'll come back. Oh, old Farmer too.
We got Farmer. Oh, Farmer's back in the house. Where's Vinny?
Exiting. I don't know. He said the link came moved. Showed that he received it, but he might be trying to get in, or I don't know. Maybe he got scared. Cold feet. I don't know. We love Vinny. Maybe next week we can get Vinny on. So yeah, let's do.
Farmer. Good to see you again, Farmer. Hope things are well with you and the wifey. The farm's
Let's do
good.
one more Q post. Want to do it from the list that you pulled, or do you want to do something different?
You know what? It's up to you, man. Like if you got something in the back, like
I was almost gonna say maybe I should do my Q post 2788, my favorite. You know what? I will, because I've mentioned it a lot. I've mentioned it on my Instagram, but I've never actually given the answer out. So I'm gonna do that today then. And this is my favorite Q post. I mean, there's so many good ones, but this one really kind of explains everything. Is all in one here. So I got my screen up. Yeah, okay. So Q post 2788. Let me actually do this one so we can see ourselves a little bit better in the board too. I think that'll work. Okay.
Why does it say this is the first post?
When it's just when you like of all the posts that I have together. So if I had, like the one, let me show this tab here. When you gave me all those numbers. So like I searched all these. Yep. So when it just scrolls down, it just says this is the first post of the ones that I have up. Because then the reason it does that is because this bar here does the delta. So see, from Q post 1426 to 1432 was 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Yeah, four FOR 35 and 45. Are you kidding me? What is that?
Yeah, well, 35. Yeah, 35 and 17. Huh?
That's the one that Michael read.
Yeah, and that's how long it was after this "We Are Q" drop with the two that we had.
Come on, Kyle. Are you kidding me? We showed that ERQ earlier in the evening, and I had Michael before he left tonight read that 1432.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
And it's funny because we never had this when we used to do Qschqql, but now we did that show with Mr. Smith. So I have these this right here, the show post deltas and reply deltas. Remember, we would do the math all ourselves. We didn't know what was there.
We were doing it manually. Yeah,
so,
we were doing.
So that's what this does. You know, that reminds me. We have a really cool Q-proof show where we did God Wins, and man, I almost have to find that episode. It's God Wins and maybe biblical or something like that. And then I feel like it's not biblical. It's God Wins and something else. And there was these crazy connections. It was like the amount of minutes it was in between these posts was like the same number. I'm not even going to do it justice. And it was like also the number like in between the two drops from like one God Wins drop to another, it would match the other thing that we were comparing it with. I wish I could remember what the other.
So don't leave the screen. Leave the screen because there's some new people, right? We're always thinking about some of the new people coming in. Just so you know, see at the top. Can you highlight the 4:35:45 at the top there? Right there, yeah, right where your mouse is. There. Okay, so see where Kyle. Okay, so the post on the left says "We Are Q," right? Which is all of us. Whether you want to believe it or not, even if you haven't read a single Q drop, you're Q. Like it's that simple because it's the information, and the information eventually will come into you and through you and out of you and into somebody else. It's the rotation.
We even read a Q drop earlier. I don't know if it was the QAnon one or something, but it said attacks against POTUS and it said attacks against Q and then in parentheses U. It even said we just read that.
Well, yeah, before we played Mr. Truth Bomb, the QAnon part, and then we got the shill coming in right after that. This is so cool the way this is playing out. But look what he highlighted was the difference between the We Are Q drop on the left of your screen to the one that Michael read earlier, which is finally be strong in the Lord and the almighty power, put on the full armor of God, which this is a spiritual information. It's an all-around battle. It's 4 hours, 35 minutes, 45-second difference. Now the 4, we've done this before, Kyle, but the 4 can turn into FOR. That means 4. I'm giving you, this is for you, 4:35. Who was the 35th president?
JFK.
Oh, geez, really? Who was the 45th president?
That'd be Trump, Donald Trump.
Interesting. So 4:35 and 45. How long has this plan been going on for, Kyle?
A long time.
Okay, right on. Put on the full armor of God, everybody, because we're right where we need to be. What a beautiful time to be alive.
Absolutely.
I just love how that happens. I just love how those connections just pop out. And that's why Colin always said, like, okay, let's say you go in and I've read all the Q drops. Okay, but have you gone back and reread the Q drops? Do you go through the daily deltas? Because every time Kyle and I go back and redo these shows and reread the Q drops, we find something different every time, something new. Something new connects, something. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Absolutely. Totally. So here's my favorite Q post of all time. So we're just talking about, how about this, Tim? You're going to get your mind blown on this one. Oh, this is going to be really fun, especially that this just happened. I'm going to show it one more time what Tim was talking about. 4 hours, 35:45. But if you write 4 as FOR, it's 4:35 and 45. When you add those together too, 3 + 5 + 4 + 5. So JFK 35, Trump 45 is 17. Very first shill post is 17.
Oh, yes.
So now, check this out. 2788, my favorite post for a long time, but I was doing this before I really knew the gematria so well. But check this out. In gematria, JFK comes out to 27. Trump comes out to 88.
Oh, come on, man.
JFK 27, Trump 88. And then here again, too, is my full name's 157. And here it is again. It's a 157 in there. If you just take the second number out, we just had another one. That's a really significant post. So my 157's in there. February 18th, 2019. Here's my favorite post of all time. It explains everything in simple detail.
Sandwiched by Illuminati 33.
Oh, right. Yeah, the 33. And then in the 332 of the Skull and Bones is 322.
Yeah, there you go. So what's that
is weird, 223. Huh?
What's that saying you always say, like you need to invert, like how do you say
yeah,
it?
We mirror the evil to defeat them, more or less. Right? everything they're used against us, we mirror to defeat them for sure. So,
okay.
All right, without further ado, here's Q Post 2788. How can an entity known only as Q, faceless, nameless, fameless, etc., begin to ask questions on 4chan, now 8chan, eventually 8kun, backed up by the Department of Defense, and build something of this magnitude? How can the same Q entity garner such a massive amount of worldwide mainstream media, fake news, attention, and attacks, especially from the shills, right? How is it possible this Q entity can forecast future events or know when the POTUS is about to tweet? And they validated themselves beyond a mathematically possible occurrence of coincidences, with Q always posting first, then Trump. Okay. How is it possible future proves past regarding information provided? How is it possible this Q entity, an entity who began by merely asking questions on 4chan and 8chan, was able to ... fill in the blanks? Think logically. People are craving truth, and this is so important now too, guys, by being good stewards of information, by presenting the information in logical, grounded ways with the evidence, with the receipts. People are craving truth. They know they're being lied to, guys. They know they're not getting the full picture in the mainstream media. Everybody knows it. Even if they still are trying to believe everything they're saying, they know they're not getting the full truth. So think logically. People are craving truth. People are craving transparency. People are craving equal justice under the law, actual equal justice. People are craving good. People are craving right. People are craving true freedom, especially all over the world. Okay, some places are really still restricted on things. People are craving safety and security. Okay, basic survival things. People are craving, again, ... fill in the blank. Proofs. Okay, this is Q proofs. Something I'm gonna try to do more regularly. I'm gonna try to ahead of time get some Q proofs before our next Q schools to start our shows off. So please forgive me for not having that ready this week. I'm gonna do it next week. All right, I'm gonna honor myself on that one. Honor the word.
I got your back. Don't worry about it.
I know, but I want to make sure I do it because it's something I want to do. So I'm gonna make sure I do it for next week. So
Okay,
proofs negate falsehoods and conspiracy attacks. Is super important. You could say, "Oh, Q said this," and then maybe that didn't come true. Or so again, obviously disinformation or certain things. Although again, shills or these fake QAnon people will make a prediction. It's not Q making the prediction, but most importantly is the proofs, the undeniable proofs that are just countless in every way. But we also are going to show those every single day. Each time we come back on Q School, we'll show new Q proofs. But the proofs themselves negate any possibility of falsehoods. You cannot refute how many these proofs. They're undeniable. Okay, and they negate any falsehoods or conspiratorial attacks.
On that note, before you go further, back to Mr. Truth Bomb, there is a Q series that he has produced, and he's coming out with another part. He's got 3 parts. He's working on part 4. Right now, part 2, we just watched a clip from part 1, I believe it is. There is, I think part 2 has 50 Q proofs. Can't deny that's right there in your face. If you read this and then bring up his Truth Bomb 2.
Okay, good idea. Remember the couple too? I think it's Brad. Was it Brad and the other and this?
Yes.
He did that original 30-minute long Q proof series, which was super awesome. And then his lady friend, I don't know if they're married or whatever, but she's saying also that one Q post, which is the brothers and sisters one. One of those, she makes it into a song. Really cool. Love to play that maybe.
Brad and Abby.
Brad and Abby, thank you, and shout out to them, by the way, if they happen to see this. Okay, back to this post here. Check this out, Tim. Is this not perfect with everything we're saying? So proofs negate falsehoods and conspiracy attacks. Those who attack have an agenda or remain plugged into the biggest disinformation campaign to be ever witnessed. So, but at this point, it's the first one. It really is. So those who attack have an agenda or remain plugged into the biggest disinformation campaign to be ever witnessed. And we kind of accidentally stumbled across this one day. Tim and I were adding up. We're like, wait, how many dashes is that? And one's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is it a half dash? It's not even a half dash. It's a less. Oh, it's like 0.3 of a dash. It's 11.3.
11.3, 1/3. Yeah.
So that was fun to discover that in real time. And then ask yourself, how many Q drops, Tim, have? Ask yourself. Do you remember?
34 Q clearance Patriot or 17. It's man.
That was 45 on that one, because remember the very
45?
first ask yourself is all about Trump. Yeah, ask yourself 45 Q drops. So interesting, this pops up here
Just so you
asking it.
guys know, just so everybody knows going forward, when Kyle asks me that, he already knows the answer. He knows his memory's a lot better than mine, but there's certain things that pop up.
Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I'll ask. I'm like, I'm curious what we think this, but this one, yeah. Ask yourself 45 Q drops, which is interesting because again, 2788, Trump and Simple Gematria 88.
That is cool.
Okay.
I never knew that. I never knew that before, and that tied into the last Q drop that we just talked about with the time difference.
Exactly.
And you got to actually do a repeat of that. Can you? Let's go back and do that one more time, and then finish this Q drop. I need people to see the flow of that. Okay, here we go. So start with the We Are Q.
Okay, so we got We Are Q right here, 1426, and these are Tim ones. Tim actually pulled out for us from that were all deltas over the last from the last week. So deltas being on the dates, right? And I'm just looking at this right now too. It's the 94th post on this Patriot Fight board. Simple Gematria White Hat is 94, so that's kind of cool.
Nice.
We Are Q, so we got all of our connections, and then Q just posted that picture. Tiffany Blue there walking out, and then it was 4 hours. 35 minutes, 45 seconds until the next post, which is 6 posts later that Tim happened to pick out for us, which he had Michael read is this prayer here on Q post 1432. Again, 4:35, 45.
So for
JFK.
For Donald Trump, right? The 35th and 45th president of the United States.
Absolutely. So that's where we went to there.
So
now
we are Q to the two presidents that we love, and then we come to,
and then this is my favorite post for a long time, but I haven't really read it in a long time. So it's 2788, Simple Gematria JFK. J is the 6th letter. J is the 10, F is 6, and then K is 11, adds up to 27, and then Trump 88 right here too. So then the very last bit.
And then, so we go from We Are Q to, we'll go up to the top sentence, the first sentence. We Are Q to 4:35:45, which is the two presidents, to Huffington known only as Q. Full circle.
Yes, right.
We just went full circle, guys. We Are Q to the two presidents, and then we jump to this.
Yeah. So then here's the last bit now after this, after 11.3 dashes. Ask yourself, why are and I don't like to get in the left and right, but this is going to explain things really well for everybody, guys. Ask yourself, why are liberals always angry? Why do they curse? Why do they slander, push fake labels, racist, sexist, every other kind of ist under the sun you can think of? Why do they create emotional outbursts when challenged? Why are they violent? Why do they form mobs and packs? Why are they incapable of listening to the other side, which is what a fascist is? When you don't have facts, this is super important. This is right here. When you don't have facts to support your arguments, present logical reasoning, you must resort to the above tactics, which is emotional outbursts, violence, mob, packs. Because there's another Q post. Q says this a lot. It says, statements, not facts. Statements, not facts. And the media does that to program the narrative. They'll all speak in lockstep with the same keywords. The Twitter shills will go out and they'll say the same keywords over and over again. Then people believe it, even though it's not actually based in reality. They'll say, oh, Trump is racist, or, oh, Trump said to inject bleach. Never actually even says that. But if they say statements, not facts, enough times, people begin to believe it. But then all you have to do is ask a question, let's say, and then people get upset because they don't actually have an answer. They believe something that's totally based in a falsehood. This is also why memes are so powerful, because they expose the absurdity of this. They expose the lies. They break that programming by a picture's worth 1,000 words. The memes can break that programming. But this is a great one. Instead of getting an argument and saying, oh, this is X, Y, Z is happening, they're already programmed and triggered to say, oh, no, it's not that. It's this. It's ABC. But if you just ask a question like, wait, why do you believe this? Or why do you think that's happening? They will actually start to get very upset. You'll see emotional outbursts. Again, the triggering and all the different memes with that too, because they actually, when you don't have facts to support your arguments, present logical reasoning, you must resort to the above tactic. So it's their ego right? They believe these things so wholeheartedly. They've identified with it that when you simply ask that question and they realize that they don't know that answer, their ego gets very triggered because they're like, wait a minute, and then they just get frustrated. That's why it's really funny or sad when they're like, they're at a rally and they're upset about Elon Musk or something. Like, well, what are you upset about? And well, I don't really know. I was told to come here. Or wait, what's so bad about Trump? And they'll be like, well, everything. Well, can you provide one example? And they can't even produce like one example,
No,
right?
you're right. You're right. And Carly Bernone, Midnight Rider channel on Telegram is perfect for that because she has all these little clips and people interviewing people on the streets and stuff. It is mind blowing. Exactly what Kyle said. They just go, and what happens is they get angry at you, but they're angry at themselves because they can't answer the question.
Right.
It's
like, the projection. They project onto you. So
Yep.
So let me keep going here. It's really good. So when you don't have facts to support your arguments, present logical reasoning, you must resort to the above tactics. The narrative, okay, is designed to keep people in a constant state of fear, thereby forcing anger, rage, and violence. Okay, this is from our survival instincts as a species. We paid attention more to things that were dangerous than the things that we love or grateful for. So that's how the news would catch people's attention, by this fear-based programming. I was just at somewhere more recently where there was a lot of normies there, and the news was playing, and I was just paying attention to what they were watching. And it was right after Trump did the Saudi Arabia trip. We have all these investments, so many cool things to talk about, and they're playing one thing or another. If somebody got murdered, then it goes back to Walmart's going to have to increase their prices. So first they start with fear, then they jump in this, and no mention that Trump did all these amazing things. No, the purple carpet rollout. It's all this fear-based programming, which puts people in a state of fear, and then they become angry and they have rage and violence because of this, right? And this is another part of this. Emotionally unstable people are easier to control. And that's why you see the triggering, and you say the liberals, whatever. But it's obviously can be anybody, any side. I don't like to get into the left, right stuff. But this should be very clear where these people are mentally unstable because they're emotionally unstable. They're easier to control. And then this one's not in this post, but it's super relevant, is people that aren't healthy are very easy to control also. If you have a disease or you have something where you need a medication or you have to see somebody, you're easy to control. But when you are healthy on your own 2 feet, you stand outside of their control also. So I always want to add that one. And then here's the key part. We kind of covered this even earlier. They want you divided by race, divided by class, by religion, by political affiliation, divided as human beings. And that's how this all works. They dehumanize people. And that's how they rile up people for wanting to cause harm and violence. They no longer are seeing people as humans. They dehumanize them by labeling right-wing, fascist. That's exactly how you get there. Not being like, wait a minute, this is my neighbor, this is my brother, sister. They're not crazy just because they believe in Trump or whatever. This is how these people operate. Okay, divided as human beings.
Divided. Cal, sorry, before I go further, just give me a little breather, but it took me a little while in this movement to realize that was probably the most important thing that we as patriots and digital soldiers could focus on. And that's when we brought up this PUP project, the Patriot Unification Project, going back about a year, I guess about a little over a year ago, is the fact that people were getting distracted, and distraction is division. Believe it or not, like you can be focused on, let's say a small group of people are focused on doing this and it's the right thing to do, and then all of a sudden somebody shoots an arrow in there and then all of a sudden your focus goes over to the left or to the right, takes you off focus, right? That's part of division. What it does is it splinters the people that were focused on a core belief or a core dig or whatever you want to call it, Kyle. I mean, we call it digging, right? Digging into something. So what happened was we were like, even in the beautiful patriotic Great Awakening movement that we've all been involved in, there was all these splinters. I could see it. We could feel it. We could sense it. We could see all these. This channel would attack that. This is only Telegram, by the way. I wasn't outside Telegram, so I can't speak for Twitter and all the other ones. But just in Telegram, and to me, it was like, what the freak is going on?
Same thing would happen though in other places. But keep going.
I think so, right, Kyle? Yeah. Because like why would this channel attack this channel if they're kind of talking about the same thing, but kind of this one says it a little bit differently but it's the same thing. It's the same enemy over here. See the enemy right here? There's the enemy that we got to go after, and then here's us over here. But this over here was getting splintered into and the enemy was still here like this, not splintered, like powerful. And then the Great Awakening, us Patriot, like we're going like all over the place. And I'm thinking, like, come on, man, like we got to pull this shit together. We like if we're going to be on the same page, we might be off filter a little bit here and there, like Kyle, like depending on the wording and attitudes and egos and stuff.
Yeah,
but we got to be unified because it's the only way we're going to survive this is to be unified.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, some of it definitely was egos, but then I wrote off a lot of people, not wrote off, or I gave them the benefit of the doubt, just thinking they were damaged and it was the egos. But over time, it's like this is straight infiltration, a lot of infiltration. But that's why it's even more so if you're not one of these people to come together with our different beliefs. And that's the beautiful thing. I've always said we don't worship Q. We're not Q followers. We are critical thinkers who analyze and decode the Q information. And we just ask questions and we question everything and we dig for the truth. And that's our main sole purpose is to fight for the truth, to find the truth, to fight for the truth, to speak the truth is what we came here for. And we question everything. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So anyway, back to the shill that's in the Rumble channel. He's doing a repeat, so it's a bot. It's not a real person.
Oh, yeah, and that's what I mean. And that was just what I was saying is like you think you're arguing with somebody and you're actually totally wasting your time. Be mindful of that. There's so much AI stuff with that now. I'll figure out a way to have our admins
yes or no. I mean, it's good. Like some people need to learn that themselves. They got to see it to believe it, right? Sometimes you can't show them. Sometimes you can't tell them. You got to show them, right, Kyle? Where's that keeper?
Yeah, for sure. Let me finish this one here. So, divided as human beings, okay, they want to divide us every way. Divided, you are weak. Together, you are strong. When you are strong, you think for yourself. Just said that. When you are strong, you challenge what you are told to believe. When you are strong, you are awake. When you are strong, you are no longer controlled. And this is so relevant to everything we did too today with the vaccines, right? When you're strong, you can challenge that when people say, take this, like, no, that's not right. Or where's the information, right? But when you're not strong, you're divided, you feel like you have no support, then you can be manipulated, right? And coerced. Okay, so when you're strong, you are no longer controlled. I can't remember how many dots on that one. Trust yourself. Trust that you are not alone.
I think it's that one. I counted at one time. Maybe? I thought it was 23, but it's more than that. I can tell right now it's more than that.
24. Interesting.
24.
Didn't you just say wasn't Qschqql 24? Or no, that's not right. No, there's 24 drops maybe. Oh, that's what it was. Or something. No, I can't remember.
24 Qschqql drops.
Qschqql with the S. Okay, yeah. 24 Red October drops too, though. And JFK drops, I think, too. Trust yourself. Trust that you are not alone. Trust that there are good people right beside you fighting for what we know to be right. God bless you all. Where we go one, we go all. Q.
Hang on a second. Is that the second time that was posted that way?
Yeah, that's just like Q post 599 that we did earlier. It's got the one with the comma.
Yes.
Let me search that. Yeah,
how many of those are there? Can you copy paste that?
Let's see with the comma here. I'll check it out. Because when I searched it without the comma, there was only one drop. But here we go with the comma. There's 19 Q drops. 19.
I didn't know that, Kyle.
Yeah, this is good too because this is all these are powerful, important. So this is, I'm not going to go on that one right now, but this one too, this is the one that's shared on an image of this Q post is on Tim's birthday, March 4th. Can't remember which year now. Probably right after this one, March 4th, 2018 is a Q proof with this one here linked into it. This is a big one here. We are fighting for life. We are fighting for good. We are at war with the @ again. That's the social medias, the shills, the bots, all these things. Not everything will be clean, and so that's a really cool Q post that's in there. Second, and there's $5.99 right there. Just to bring the receipts again, $5.99 we read already with Michael. That was again the day after January 22nd. It was January 23rd. His incident where he shouted that was 2024, but it still wanted to be in a Q proof because then they played that the very next day. Do not glorify us. We are all patriots. Honor those who serve for God, humanity, and country. Where we go one, we go all.
Beautiful.
So maybe we could find if Where We Go One We Go video to close it out. Maybe
that would be cool. I was thinking about that. If you could find one there right away, Where We Go One We Go All, and so Team 17 gets some sleep.
Yeah, it's time. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us, guys, all night.
Yeah,
Appreciate
that was
you.
fun. How many people can you see who's on X and Instagram and YouTube and all those other places? Like, how does this thing work anyway?
You might just see at the top.
Say hello to everybody, but I don't.
Yeah, we got people on out there on X on my Quantum Healer 17 account. Please make a comment, guys. Share this also.
Yeah.
I'm gonna maybe try to build that Twitter account. I need some help with that. I just don't have time to get it to all these different things. A couple people hanging out on Facebook. Good to see you all. And then Melzy K's got somebody that's been hanging out all night again with us on her YouTube. And then we got our Rumble channel is the most active. And people have been in the chat all night. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys.
And Qschqql.
Oh, yeah, and on Telegram. Yeah.
21, 22 plus. And Nina just said, good show with Mike and Jen. And then she goes on with it. There's some beautiful comments. She says, we're all hanging out at Qschqql. Love, 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 Nina. And everybody that's over there. Thanks
for the comments, guys. Appreciate you. And thank you, guys. I appreciate all you.
Even the bots or the trolls or the trolls.
Yes, you did. And then usually the names expose themselves.
Hang on a second. Hang on. You shut. Okay, I got it. I got his name.
Okay. I'm trying to find. I wish I was searching. We could find a video at the. Where's it? Do we still have that Telegram channel where you put all the archived really good videos in there?
Ooh.
Vinny, you still in here? Vinny, you got a good Where We Go One We Go All video?
Oh yeah, get Vinny in here to play a song for. Come on, Vinny, show your face. Let's go. You know what I do? Last case, quick, just go to Scotty Marr.
Brad and okay, I'll do that. What about Brad? What's their? I feel like I'm following their channel. Doesn't she sing that one song too? Like Where We Go One We Go All?
Oh, Blue Eyes. Go to Blue Eyes on Rumble. Blue Eyes. And then you can do a quick scroll. Yeah, she actually.
How's she spell it?
Blue Eyes.
Let me share my screen here. So you see. So we got a handful of them. There's Blue Eye. Is it this one with the 3,000 followers? Probably that one, huh?
I think it's that one. Yeah. Try that one. There she is. Yeah, that's her.
Okay.
So what you got to do is go to. Where do you find the song videos though?
Well, they're probably just all mixed in here, but we'll just kind of pan through here, see if I can find anything 4 months ago. We try.
Does she have a music tab though? Like video, all videos, playlist. What about playlist?
Just go back.
Yeah, there's Brad and Abby there.
A voice of Q. Remember, we've done that one. That's probably about the song. We will fight for you. We could probably pick any of these. Will be good. Oh, they went to Alaska.
Which one do you think?
Here we go. This might be it. I think I found it.
There it is. I think you got it.
We'll just close it out with this one, and then so let's say our let me hold up the and then we'll say goodnight to everybody, and then we'll play this video to close it out. Yeah. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, brother. That was fun. We should do more than once a week, but I think for now, once a week is good until let's see how the summer goes.
We'll keep getting momentum, and also Mountain Mama and them on their StreamYard. We still try to always feed into Melzy's Rumble. So if you guys support the help grow that Rumble channel, the Hammer Time Rapid Fire Q News, we got other links in there and stuff. We'll just keep getting better at this and try to do more things. We're gonna keep showing up, do more interviews. I'm gonna make it, try to get some good Q proofs coming in here as well. And maybe we'll add another day here, but we'll just keep making sure we show up every Saturday and keep doing better here. I was a little late, and Mel was out on her property, but
we haven't been on time.
Just the boys were here tonight. Just the boys.
Not once have we haven't been on time once. So we're like Trump. Like Trump's never on time anyway. So I mean,
I know, right?
We got that going for us, right?
Yeah. My family's bad with it. Even joke like our true story allegedly from my family line is that they were late for the Mayflower and they missed the Mayflower. Like, well, that makes sense. So Yeah, definitely. So anyway,
Oh,
thanks for hanging out with us. You love you guys. Thank you so much for the comments out there in Rumble, everywhere else, guys. Please share us, help us spread the information and all that you do for us and all your love and support. We really appreciate you. It makes it all worthwhile. Otherwise, we'd just be kind of beating our heads against the wall. But it really makes it special when we understand that we're helping others, and hearing that is really just I never expected that. We just started. I always just was getting the information out, sharing the truth. I would never expected how much love and pouring in of support that people gave us over time. It was like humbling, emotionally, and again, it just kind of gives you that extra energy to push through those days when it is tougher, when it's harder, or you're feeling a little down, And then I know for myself that like showing up, just coming to show up to do a show would help me get me out of funks as well. You know what I mean? Andrew, one of our good buddies that have kind of in and out in Qschqql, he came to Reno when I was in Reno on the Truth Tour, and I was feeling terrible that they didn't want to do anything. He said, "Hey, we're going to be in town." So of course I met him there. And as soon as he gets on, he's like, pulls me right on stage, and it was just really cool. I mean, I was not expecting that. I didn't want to do that day, but he pulled me off the sidelines and got me moving, and you work through that stuff. And so we all pick each other up collectively in that way. So there is something that's service for me to show up and do these shows. It just helps me stay on track. And then I'm kind of like watching myself too. I'm like, I need to try to stay healthy, and I can observe it where if I'm not healthy as I should be, or, all these things. So it's just, we all work together with each other on that, I guess, help each other.
Well said, man. This is our date night, man. Like, call it Tim and
right? Totally.
I don't care what you want to call it.
Yeah.
Like Tim and Paul and friends,
Love,
whatever.
love. Yeah.
Love.
Anybody wants to join us?
I mean, like we've gone through the ups and downs, Kyle, for so many years now. It's like, this is fun. I look forward to the Saturday nights now. Like Friday nights, I'll go on the Telegram chats, like whoever's open, and then I went out like earlier today before the show, and that's how I got to meet Jen, who came on as our special guest. Like, you never know who you're going to meet when you're out there, right? So,
oh yeah, the connections are incredible.
Thanks, Nina. Nina's sending me all kinds of thanks, Nina, over there on Qschqql on Telegram. Thank you for holding forward over guys. There and everybody else. Yeah, but yeah, it is a wonderful. It's more now a wonderful time to be alive than it was before the election. Let's just put it that way. It was pretty wild and crazy. I would say, man. I mean, Kyle, I don't know. Like, you know what? We never lost focus. Is what one thing I could say is we focused on the Q drops that kind of kept us, I think, level-headed. I know that you went through some stuff, and then I went through some stuff, and everybody around us was going through stuff, and then we did the pup project, and then it was going good, and then there was some bumps, and then there was some like fucking buses rolling off the fucking hills. I mean, it was crazy. Like on the patriotic side of things, this has been a wild ride. It really has. But it's so refreshing, Kyle, to come back and bring up a few Q drops. We don't have to read them all. I mean, anybody else can click on buttons and read those Q drops. But when it relates to the breaking news and how it attached to Jen's life tonight, like that, to me, I mean, if we didn't do the Saturday night gig, brother, we wouldn't have had that connection with Jen tonight with what she just went through, and the connections with those Q drops and the timing of it all. Like, think about it.
I know, I love it, and it just brings us together like that all the time. So we gotta keep doing it. I like that it's like the one day because it's really for sure that commitment, and then people will get used to it, and we'll try to start on time. Me and you, Tim, will commit to meeting like an hour early. We had this too. It was called the Hansen time or something. Is people would like something important come up, and they would tell me or my dad like an hour or 2 hours before. It's like a regular thing. They're like, "Oh, we got this appointment at 4:30, and here comes 4:30. We're bashing through. Oh, good thing it's at 5:30, but you're ready to go now."
So what are you saying? Like when I post,
so you and I, let's try to meet an hour before, and we'll get things set up if we can.
Okay, so we're gonna post 10:17, but you and I are gonna meet at 9:17.
9:17, yeah.
So we should be ready to go live by 10:17. Yeah. But I can't do that because I got to tuck Matthew in at 10 o'clock. Matthew Q 10.
Yeah,
10.
Perfect. And we could just kind of shoot the shit and kind of game plan a little bit. Yeah,
that's true. That's true. And you get to say hi to Matthew, and he gets to say hi to Uncle Kyle. Okay, cool.
I love hearing him too. Yeah, it's been a while. Cool.
Well, it was funny because when we were getting set up there, I know we were late tonight. You can't see here, but right beside me is the entrance to his bedroom. He was standing right beside me, watching me as you were coming in and out, and then we were showing let's show our shirts again, Kyle. Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, there's look at this. Like, what are the odds?
Yeah, and I just got the shirt earlier, like this week. And if anybody missed from the earlier, I just got that shirt, and I just got a Tiffany blue one. I went to like a thrift store. I feel like I would find some cool stuff there. And it's real close, kind of by me, anyways. And then do the other show, and then with Right Side Blonde, and we was all about the Tiffany blue stuff. George News, and she had the awesome poem that we played on YouTube, the Tiffany blue. It's a really cool little video thing she put together. And then I wear this, the Avengers or the Captain America thing, and Tim's got it there at his house. Like, we can't make that shit up, man.
It was right on Matthew's chair.
Right on the chair.
Yeah, he wore it.
He's like, "Are you seriously wearing that shirt?" And I thought it was maybe going to be like a Captain America thing. But it's like, no, it's just the shield, How big an
there it is. Like,
look at that. It's like the brothers.
It was meant to be, brother. It really 100%. Was. So.
Yeah, that was fun.
Did you see what Farmer Farmer posted? That was really cool. Good to see old Farmer there back in the grind. Well, he says good to see me back in the grind, but you see it in the channel.
Look, we got a bunch of stuff. Wow, Qschqqlers Army. Thank you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Be here every Saturday night, no doubt. Awesome. Thank you guys. Appreciate
what
it.
Does he say after that? He says, "Never give up, never give in. Fight, winning."
Yes. Thank you guys so much. All right, we're gonna close out this awesome video from our friend Abby, and I think hopefully this will be a good one. And then I'll just make it full screen, Tim, and then we'll close it out afterwards. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Appreciate y'all. Find other links. Again, I'm at Undercover Whitehead on Instagram. It's kind of my main place. I post memes and stuff. All my other links are in there too to find me. And we do a lot on Telegram. So if you want to come on over there.
Telegram is what? What is Telegram? T.me/what?
Qschqql, all Q's. Q are the O's there, all Q's there. Qschqql is the main one. That's And we got other places too with some chat groups, but just reach out to us or find us if you're interested in connecting more with us there too. So all right. Here we go, y'all. Love for show. Make this big screen, full screen. Okay.
Where we go one?
We go all.
The Great Awakening, the call to man, the hidden story, the master plan. We are all human, we have a voice. We are blessed and burdened with a choice. With a choice. Don't you forget, with open arms, we are waiting. Don't you forget, with open arms, 'cause where we go on, we go on. When one rises up, we all stand tall. 'Cause where we go on, we go on. Together we're unstoppable. You might have noticed the changing tides. We stand for freedom, for the waking minds. We are all human, we have a voice. We are blessed and burdened with a choice. With a choice. Don't you forget, with open arms, we are waiting. Don't you forget, with open arms, where we go on, we go on. one rises up, we all stand tall. 'Cause where we go on, oh, we go on. Together we're unstoppable. Where we go on, we go on. One rises up, we all stand tall. 'Cause where we go on, oh, we go on. Together we're unstoppable. 'Cause where we go on, we go on. Together we're unstoppable.
Boom. Shout out to Abby, rumble.com, Blue Eyes. Thanks, guys.